Mr. Seamer, no, it's okay. I would call her Ms. Lewis, or Mrs. Miss Lewis. You're Mr. Seamer. I just had a very good question. May I suggest you take a 5-minute recess before you start, and can I talk to you and Miss Lewis out in the hall? Because I can do that. No, I just want to have a conversation on a sidebar with two of you, not the entire PAR. And you give me 5 minutes.
All right, if request of staff, we're going to start the meeting.
Are you okay with that?
We also have the vice chair is on the way. He'll be here in
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay.
And do we know if Mr. Burrell is here?
I've not heard.
Not sure.
I'm not going to gavel because we haven't even started yet.
So we'll delay.
I was told I can. That was in our recess with only two PAR members, and so I'm recessing. We'll see you in the playground.
Where are we going?
So, go over here.
We've been called to the teacher's principal's office.
Not the vice principal. You
We
always
haven't
knew
even started
you
the
were.
meeting and we're in trouble
You
already.
knew you were in trouble. Vice principal. Oh God.
Welcome back to
There's a community garden. And I won the lottery and I got a space right next.
present. One's right there, the other, I believe, is in the restroom.
Is Kate out there?
Yeah, she's in bed.
Okay. Since we haven't started yet, I'd rather just wait to get everybody here. That's fine. I mean, or we just go ahead and just do the meeting the normal way. Okay. I think that's plenty. Just maybe just do that. All right. There we go. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves, and comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. Alrighty. To entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion. We'd like to, I don't know if it's suspend the rules, but to amend the rules in our agenda, just to state that on item E, the pre-application conferences, there are two, one for a preliminary discussion of the three West Main Street parcels and one for a preliminary discussion of the Valley Road parcels. That on those, the applicant and our conversation with the applicant will be limited to 30 minutes, and outside of that 30 minutes, we will take public comments. Is there any, I'm not the chair, you can.
That's right. Do I hear a second?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that again? Just say that again.
We're limiting the discussion with the applicant to 30 minutes, and we're allowing for public comment, but it will be outside of that 30 minutes.
Okay.
And when are we doing the comments?
That we have been discussing that for the last half an hour,
Okay.
and I'm sorry you missed that.
So we're cutting ourselves off at 30 minutes, and then
With,
public can talk.
with the applicant, just for tonight, because they can get in touch with us anytime, right?
You can, I mean, you're
No,
setting up.
that was a question. And
Yeah.
so, and after we
Just
cut
in the
ourselves
inter-
off, then the public gets a chance to
guess
talk. Is that what we're saying?
Then the public can give comments.
I don't know if we need to do that, because right now our preamble says the applicant's presentation should not exceed 10 minutes.
But then our discussion and questions would constitute the rest, the back and forth that we have would
Oh, okay.
go out to. Yeah, no, they're not
Their presentation's 10 minutes,
10
the
minutes,
overall
and then
discussion should be
20 more
30
dis-
minutes.
Yeah, 20 more minutes interacting with them, our, questions from
Correct.
us, questions from them, comments, and then after that, public comments, or wherever in the agenda, we usually do public comments. So I can time keep on this.
And another query, will both of them, one follow the other immediately, or are we going to have public comments after
After
each
each.
one?
After each one.
I think,
I don't think there's gonna be any about
does that make sense?
Valley Road, but,
I know, but Valley Road is the last item on the agenda, so it seems, since that would be less problematic possibly, they would have to stay here a long time to make their presentation. I'm just wondering if that is a concern.
Would you like to amend her motion to move theirs in front of
I would like
item
to so
3?
move, yes.
Okay, do you accept that?
Yes, but I thought that West Main Street is before Valley Road.
He's recommending moving Valley Road before
That-
West Main.
So that we could deal with that more expeditiously. I don't know for sure that that will happen that way, but I suspect it will be somewhat less controversial.
Well, to add 30 minutes onto how long people in this room would have to wait during our meeting. I would also add, just because we're in the discussion on a motion, that anybody can make any public comments at the beginning of our meeting, as the chair just outlined. We typically don't take comments that are relative to our agenda, but we're being relaxed in the rules.
Can I pause a minute? So the risk there is it's items not on the agenda. You know, for example, the consent agenda, if somebody wants to remove it, they, at the beginning of the meeting, can comment on it. But you all, the opportunity here is for some, 10 people to speak in matters from the public, and those same 10 people to speak later. And, let's be candid, this is a pre-application discussion. This is not a hearing about a COA. And
Right.
so and I think let's also be open and honest to the situation where we have an applicant coming to you with a project within an ADC district. It's subject to BAR review. We have the design guidelines. And Mr. Chair, your statement at the beginning about, we ask people to refer to things that are germane to the BAR's business. And I think in the sense of this being a work session, to sort of talk about some of the architectural details, you can hold people to that. But I don't know, I think let's be open about what we want to accomplish here. But if you wish to make the matters from the public include items on the agenda, then anticipate that. But I would say otherwise, you can have matters from the public. And in a prior motion, you had limited that to, just like council does, to the number of speakers, and emphasized that it's matters that are not on the agenda and for discussion. The West Main project is on the agenda.
That's right.
And
Okay.
currently would allow for
Then
discussion.
disregard what I said.
Yeah, and
We
it's,
did it last August, and that was my precedent, that was
Right,
my thinking,
right.
but
So it
we
addresses-
haven't had enough time to
No,
think
use
through
the
these
same
rules.
motion that we used, where you addressed speakers during matters from the public, and you also addressed what we discussed about, at least some limitation on the timing of your discussion and on the amount of comment you're going to take, and also about if whether or not to flip the items on the agenda, although I think Ms. Lewis has a reasonable point.
She does. I withdraw.
Okay. I'm confused.
But I was just saying,
Okay,
no,
are
so
we
do you have
allowing,
to-
I'm sorry, now I'm confused too.
Yeah, so let's make sure we're right.
At least two of us.
So in that, in the minutes, and I think actually, do we have, if I have to go print it out, I will, but
I have it.
yeah, it was from
last August?
Yes.
Yeah, they're right here.
And just,
I think the amount of time we're going back and forth in this, we should just go through our normal agenda. And just
Agreed.
allow for public comment as we normally would, and just let's get going. We've
And
already
just
wasted
but-
15 minutes,
But well, we didn't, because we didn't start at 5:30.
10 minutes.
I would suggest.
Do we
you-
want to limit the discussion to 30 minutes, though?
I do think so, and I think you also
Yes.
asking people for a single comment, you're not taking 3 minutes for questions, 3 minutes for comments. I think you.
And
if
limit
people wish to
comments
speak-
to
That's
2
right,
minutes.
yeah. That sounds
And
good.
limit comments to 2 minutes, and that they're germane to the BAR's consideration of this.
Yes.
So I'll withdraw my motion, I'll make a new one
Okay.
on the pre-application discussions for West Main and Valley Road. We're going to limit the discussion with the applicant on the application to 30 minutes total. Matters from the public will be heard. They will be limited to each speaker, 2 minutes each. Has to be germane to what the BAR can do. If you aren't familiar with what we can do, I think our chair can familiarize you with that. That's my motion.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. All right, the motion passes, one opposed. All right,
I don't want to limit us. That was it.
That's
Go
fine.
on.
That's fine. The consent agenda this evening, matters from the public not on the agenda or the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they'd like to speak about that's not on the agenda? All right. In the public, yes. Okay, come up to the podium, please state your name.
Hi there, my name is Frank Bechter. I live in Fifeville, and I just want to thank the Board of Architectural Review for doing its darndest over the course of a few months ago to try to adhere to its guidelines. And I don't know if there has been any kind of formal change to those guidelines, but I suggest and hope that if the guidelines are still as they were, or if they have changed, that you would also just try now in any discussion here to adhere to your guidelines to the best that you can as you see them. And because, well, that's just what I hope, because if a matter needs to come before council again, then it will come before council again in terms of what their guidelines are. So that's what I think should happen in any kind of consideration of how the council stands versus what their guidelines are. I hope that you will stick to your guidelines.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it, Frank. Any other matters from the public not on the agenda? All right, our consent agenda contains 2 items: meeting minutes from February 18th, 2026 BAR meeting, as well as COA application for 203 Ridge Street. I believe there's...
Yeah, I'd like to pull 203 Ridge Street for discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We'll move that to, I guess, the first new item.
Yeah.
Do I hear a motion to approve the meeting minutes from February 18th, 2026?
So moved.
Hear a second?
Second.
Give it to Mr. Bailey. All approved, or all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All
Oh,
right.
and also something that came out of
Motion
our
carries.
Robert's Rules meeting today, you do not have to have been present during a meeting to approve the
it?
minutes.
Okay.
So, no, it's just something to remember. So if ever you're voting on minutes and you say I wasn't there, you can.
Still read 'em and
Still
approve
read
it.
them and approve it, right.
All right, so our first new item is a certificate of appropriateness application for 203 Ridge Street. The owner is the city of Charlottesville. It's an accessibility project with site alterations. So staff, if you guys could please present this one. Thank you.
Kate, you're more familiar with this one than I am.
Yes, so there are planned accessibility improvements to the fire station, Ridge Street ADC district. The building itself was constructed in 1959. The facade was altered sometime after 1985. But it is our little fire station. Let me see. So here's a picture of the original facade, kind of match those bay dividers nicely. And then a kind of point of local history is that a replica of the Liberty Bell is at the Ridge Street Fire Station, and it's still run every 4th of July, from my understanding. So here's the site plan. The improvements will include 2 brand new accessible parking areas, a new sidewalk, site alterations including landscaping and accessible seating, and then just essentially a new ramp that will make overall the site more accessible. So, that's it. Yeah. So demolition of existing concrete sidewalk, minor regrading, repaving, restriping, obviously, that ramp into the new sidewalk, and then that new kind of area. So everything you see in this picture will need to be replaced to better meet our accessibility requirements as a municipal building.
I take it the applicant's not here to make a presentation, or, oh, you are, that's right.
Yes.
That's right. Would you like to present this to us, please, Mr. Hendricks?
And
You're
I
welcome
can
to come
pull
up.
up the actual.
Thank you, Board. I'm Scott Hendricks, the project manager of the city of Charlottesville. This is my project, and I'm happy to talk to you about it.
Hang on one second, let me pull up.
Did you have any Like, do you want to give an overview beyond what staff did, or just a few questions? Or
It's very much a 90% ADA project, a lot of sloping that needs to be rectified and things like that. It's the main route into the building, so it needs to be improved. We have added a little bit of landscaping to the plan as well, but really it is truly an ADA project. Some curb cuts and replace sidewalks, again, to get the right slopes and balances.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for staff? All right, do we have any questions from the public, either here or online?
Yes.
All right, if you could come up, please, to one side or the other, either one. Either side, oh, okay.
Blessings, everybody.
Hello.
My name is Uriah Lofton. To answer a quick question, yes, I'm Uriah from the Bible. And I want to ask, how does this project, how is it going to help our community? Are you going to use people to employ from the community, or are you going to call people from outside the community like y'all been doing? Because a lot of our community is not working, and I see a lot of people coming from out of town working, and so we're not fluctuating, we're not surviving. So we need to be more community attentive, you know, us as one people.
That's a great comment. We are bound by the Virginia code for procurement, and it's a pretty complicated thing. We can't hire who we want. We have to hire the low bidder in every job, and we don't know who the low bidder is until bid day. That's just a state law code we have to apply to.
Yeah. Mr. Lawson, I appreciate your sentiment and your comment and your question. However, that doesn't really pertain to the Board of Architectural Review's purview, which is really just the exterior elements
I mean,
of
if
the
it's in our
design
community,
project.
then-
And it's
if
part of
in
the
our
community, but
then it's our community, right?
it is, but it doesn't fall within our purview. We're here to basically assess the project in terms of the visual and physical aspects of the project, not who's executing the project.
Gotcha.
So,
But now that you've met Mr. Hendricks, you could
Yeah.
follow up with your
Yes, sir.
concerns,
That's
because
right.
they're
Sure.
valid.
appreciate your attendance tonight, and thank you. Any other questions from the public, either here or online, pertaining to the BAR's purview? All right, questions from the board?
It's
Board
comment.
Comments? Do we got comments from the public? Any questions from the BAR real quick?
I had a question
Okay.
about the vending machine. I think that I had to Google this. It's the first time I've seen this. It seems like that's a harm reduction vending machine in Dropbox. I mean, out of curiosity, I was sort of, I looked at it and I thought maybe a vending machine doesn't belong in the front facade of a building here, but I think it probably serves its purpose better being visible to the public on the front of the building. So I'm not going to argue with that at all. I'm just curious how it's sort of operated from like a safety. I'm not sure what's going to be in it, but there are lots of minors passing by that space every day. So just curious about that.
Yeah, I can't give you the details on how that's operated. That is a product that is being provided by UVA to the fire stations, and this goal of the fire station to get it in with this project. I'm pretty sure it's an effort that is supported by the city manager's office as well on getting these kind of things out there for public consumption when needed.
Are you going to be losing parking spaces with this new configuration?
Yeah, there are about 4 or 5 parking spaces there now, and they have a non-compliant aisleway that's about 3 or 4 feet wide. So the wider aisleway that you see there between the 2 parking spaces is code and what it has to be. So we really can't go down. So yeah, we might lose a parking space, but there are still probably 4 or 5 up there in front of that building that aren't ADA. and some additional ones off to the right-hand side as you face the front of the building. That's for public.
Any other questions? All right, any comments from the public, either here or online?
It's just, I have to, sorry. Hey, y'all, how y'all doing? I'm Angela Carr. I heard something you said, Miss, and minors walk that street, doctors walk that street, elderly walk that street, homeless walk that street, everybody walks that street. So can we not, as a community, or as the BAR, look at minors like they're a problem for a vending machine that's been there for how long, sir?
It's not there yet.
Okay, so vending machines are all over the place. So when you said there are minors that walk the street, it kind of hit me like, oh dang, hold on. Everyone walks that street.
I walk that street almost,
Right.
Every day.
So would it be, you said, wait, what did you say? Like protection wise, or like your concern is like that it would get robbed or something?
No.
What is your concern with minors walking the street?
There are things like, this is my Google search, that I did this afternoon.
Yeah.
Narcan is in here, which I don't know how it's used personally. I'm curious if it's actually safety for the children, like kids walking by, going to the Music Resource Center, things like that. Like, is there a need for safety or like some sort of control on that?
With a
Or is
vending
it sort of-
machine?
It's not a candy machine.
It's not,
No, I
yeah.
understand what you're saying, but when you
It's
say,
a Narcan.
I get
So
what you're
there's,
saying.
like, I believe birth
Narcan.
control, like Narcan, so like people overdose, they need to find a place to
I
get.
totally,
the-
100% understand what you're saying. But see, that Narcan could save one of those minors' lives as well.
I totally agree.
So-
It was a
That's why it's
question.
there.
It was a
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious about it. Like, were you trying to like pinpoint minors, or I was kind of wondering. So I wanted a little bit
She
more
wanted to
on
make
that.
sure that minors weren't going to get hurt by what's in there.
Right.
Exactly.
So if Narcan can't hurt you though, even if it's given to you when you don't need it.
That's great information. I didn't know that, so thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Yep, go ahead. Come up here.
So I wanted to speak to the harm reduction vending machine and how it usually works. Is usually folks, there are certain supplies that folks can get from harm reduction vending machines no matter who they are. Narcan, first aid kits, things like that. But if you're someone who has gone to UVA, has gone to the ED, the emergency department, has used recreational drugs in any way, you can get a number to put into like any regular, it looks kind of like any regular vending machine, and you put in your number, but it's like your specific number, and then you can get sharps, you can get pipes, you can get, I don't know what's gonna be in this vending machine, and I see that there's a drop-off point, and I was, to your question of like safety, I was like, people don't want sharps out. So
Yeah.
usually the great part of having a harm reduction vending machine next to a sharps container is folks can come and they can get rid of their used sharps, and then they can get new sharps. And so it's making it safer for the community, because then there's not sharps where someone, all over the place. And so usually it means that folks bring their sharps there, and with it being the fire department, there are not enough sharps boxes around town generally, just putting the bug in someone's ear. So having it there so that people can get rid of their old sharps and then put new sharps, get new sharps from the vending machine is usually how it works. But things like first aid kits and other stuff, everyone can get from the vending machine. So that's how they work.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other comments?
This is kind of random, but I'm glad that these ADA upgrades are being made. It's long overdue. I'll date myself, but I was on the Charlottesville Electoral Board in the mid to late 90s, and we had to move this precinct to a good location, to another location, Tonsler, which is a great rec center. It's a great location, but we were almost forced to move out of this firehouse, which a lot of the community there wanted to keep that precinct at the firehouse, because historically it was, it was a precinct that had been used for a long time, but we had to move it because of ADA issues. Because people in wheelchairs couldn't get into the precinct, and people would drop them off and then have to go over the curb. And so I'm actually amazed that the city's gone this long without making these sort of improvements for access. Because it's not just firemen that access this. And now that we've heard what this vending machine will be used for, we hope that more people would actually be accessing this building, at least the exterior of it. So thank you.
All right, we're into comments by the BAR. Carl, I know you had some.
So the reason I pulled this is I don't think we can actually force you to do this, but I just want you guys to consider it. You're tearing up an awful lot of pavement to do this, correct? So it looks like you're regrading a lot of the paving at the parking spaces.
We're only going to be demolishing where those new parking spaces are with the center.
So looking at the site plan, there's a lot of distance between the back of those parking spaces and the curb cut on Ridge Street. And it's a long curb cut. It extends, the full length of the property along Ridge Street. And I'm wondering if that needs to be there. If there would be a way to, it looks like if I scale the PDF, you could have a 25-foot drive aisle behind those 88 parking spaces and still have about a 10-foot planting strip along Ridge Street that wouldn't interfere with the fire trucks, but would just cut that curb cut, which is so obscenely long, and increase safety on the sidewalk there. Potentially allow for street trees, which we really don't have any on Ridge Street, especially for such an important corridor coming into town. So I wanted to throw that out there and get on the record that if there's any way that the city could toss a little extra money at this project, since you guys are already mobilizing and tearing up pavement, could you just tear up a little bit more?
Well, it is an ADA project, and it's funded with ADA funding from the city, specific funding from the federal government and from the city to do this kind of work. I don't know that I can add on a traffic portion to this project. I really don't think we can. It would probably be better that, the distance between where we're working and the road is still a pretty good margin, probably 30 or 40 feet away from the area you're talking about where the curb is. I think it would be better perhaps to bring this up with Public Works and see if it can't be a project with the city engineering team, who know much more about talking about roads and curbs than I do anyway. So perhaps that might be a better venue for trying to get this.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. But thank you. I need to get that on the record in case it seemed like a missed opportunity if there's any chance to combine the projects somehow.
Yeah.
It is a long stretch without any shade for anybody who's walked from basically West Main, what is it, west, whatever that direction is, and to anywhere along that corridor. You've got that long stretch of asphalt.
There is one magnificent tree on that.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, yeah.
But it's, we've talked about that tree before. But it's not in front of the fire department. There's no landscaping.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even see any landscaping in your plan.
There is a bit of landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
C5.0.
see, sorry. There it is. I missed the page. I looked at this before. Thank you.
But, with that said, I'm happy to make a motion.
Go for it.
All right. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed site alterations at 203 Ridge Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in this ADC district, and the BAR approves the application as submitted.
Second.
All righty. We'll call a vote.
Discussion.
Sorry. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, I'll call a vote. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
Ms. Taveney?
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
I vote yes. So motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you guys for humoring me on that.
All right.
Thank you, Board.
Next item is certificate of appropriateness application for 110 3rd Street Northeast. So window replacement project. If staff wants to give us a brief overview, and then the applicant's here to also make a presentation.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I've talked a lot this week, so.
All right, this is 110 to 114 3rd Street And this building, this site we believe was mostly vacant for the later part of the 19th century into the early 20th. Construction date on this building, not entirely sure. From what I gathered, sometime before 1950, so between 1940 and 1950. If you have loosely in the international style, the steel framed windows that you see are quite different on every facade of this building. But as the applicant will discuss, there's varying levels of degradation existing. And I have some pictures. The patterning are different from the upper and the lower. So essentially for operability, they are proposing replacements of all second floor windows. The Pella Reserve Series is what they've selected with Square Millions. And while staff recommends approval on the side and rear elevations, but we would maybe recommend that the applicant consider retaining the front facade windows, given that it is on the primary elevation and they are unique in this orientation.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? Come on up, Steve.
Hi, I'm Steve Barber, partner, owner of that building. Can I share a proposed rendering? I have
Sure.
printed out? It didn't make it into the application. But, sorry. So the proposed, if you look at the proposed and the existing, are proposals to match the window light layout exactly to what's existing, and basically just replace the units with a modern, efficient window system, you know, respecting the original masonry opening, no structural changes to the building whatsoever. Just the existing windows are basically failing, have no thermal efficiency, they leak air, they don't, half of them don't operate, the cranks and the operators have broken and failed, and there's literally no seals. And we've had 3 different contractors come out to look at trying to remediate them. And the best proposal that we've gotten is what we're proposing now, is to basically replace the units with a more modern assembly.
But these wouldn't be casement windows anymore, they wouldn't be operable?
Oh, they would be,
Oh,
yes.
they would be,
Yeah, the
okay.
operator-
We can't tell from this.
The-
It looks like they're stationary.
They would be operable, yes. On the front facade, they would all be casements with the same light layout as the existing. Those are just examples, but in the paper rendering, that shows what we would propose.
And is there any manufacturer information or you
It's
can provide us?
the Pella Reserve Series. It's an aluminum clad window with square mullions. It has fixed mullions with an insert in between.
Very good. All right, any questions from the public on this project, either here or online? Nope.
No questions
Okay.
online.
Any questions from the board? Ms.
I have a question. It looks like the window units on the front facade are double operating? Each unit is double operating?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
And
right.
from your rendering, it does not appear to be double operating, or is?
I think
is-
that's correct. I think you're right. I think the
So it'll be a
I think-
single swinging
I think that's right,
unit.
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I guess I have a question. So looking at the historic window, it seems like the top 2 lights are fixed, and then the bottom 4 would be the operable
That's
leaf.
correct.
And then on the new version, is that the same, or would that be?
I think in the new one, the entire
The whole thing?
sash pivots out.
Can you go to that diagram you had a second ago, Kate? Please. Okay, there you go. Gotcha. Actually, that looks like, the middle one looks
That
like
is
they do,
Yeah, that's a double.
they do
swinging-
split in the middle.
Yeah. think
Though
they
the
do.
tops aren't fixed, but they do split in the middle.
Right, that's right.
Okay. All right. Any comments from the public, or excuse me, any more questions from the AR? Any comments from the public?
Actually, I have a question for staff, sorry.
Okay.
Where are we with aluminum-clad windows on facades on historic structures? Like, what do our guidelines say? I'm
As
sorry.
long as it's not vinyl or plastic.
Pardon me?
As long as it's not vinyl or, a plastic.
Aluminum is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're currently steel, you said?
I think aluminum clad is encouraged, at least for new
Okay,
construction.
but not vinyl
Not
or
vinyl.
plastic?
Correct, yeah, that's the big.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Comments from the BAR?
I think the easy part, at least for me, is definitely the three other sides I'm perfectly okay with.
Yeah.
Can we get that out of the way?
Yep.
Yep.
I will say I've lived in a house with windows just like this, and we had storm windows with them, and there's no way they never stop the wind from coming through. Like it's these really are pretty terrible to live with.
Yes.
For what that is worth.
I think these steel windows kind of have a lifespan. At some point, the water gets into them, they start to rust, they start to malfunction. I think the applicant's done a nice job of finding a replacement window that mimics the original pattern, light pattern, and doesn't alter the historic opening or fenestration in the building. So I can support this application I submitted.
I'm sorry, I have another question for you. Not a comment. The detail you provided, the jam is at it looks like you're adding 2x material, so you're probably going to be increasing the depth of that jam dimension for the window, but that's, correct me if I'm wrong.
Slightly.
That's on
yes.
just the edge of the brick?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
And is that the condition at the head and the sill also? So we're reducing the kind of visible lights or the sort of glass, or?
I think slightly, yes.
Mhm.
I think that's correct.
Any other comments? I'll make a motion. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city's ADC district design guidelines, I move to find that the proposed window replacements at 110 3rd Street Northeast satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the district, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted. Is there a second?
I'll second with the qualification that we want to make sure that the movable casement windows that the applicant provided at this meeting are what for the front facade, are what we're approving. Because he said that it was left out of our package, so I don't just want to say we're approving what we're given as part of the application.
Yeah, the only thing
in
that
the
was left
package.
out was the color rendering.
Oh, okay.
Everything else is.
Okay,
is correct.
thank you. Great.
I'll accept that friendly amendment. Any discussion?
I guess I'll second too then, if I can. I think you need.
Yeah, I think you
need-
seconded.
Okay, good.
All right, I'll call a vote. Mr. Rosenthal,
Yes.
Ms. Taveney,
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Thank you.
Enjoy the creature comforts of the new windows.
Can I please have that document, please? That's the first time I've never seen
All
it.
righty.
Thank you.
Next item is 1615 Keith Valley Road for new addition, exterior alterations and repairs. This is an interesting property. It's probably one of the oldest houses in the city of Charlottesville. So look forward to hearing more about it.
Yeah, it actually is. This is one of those who knew. I know about it. A friend of mine grew up next door to this house, but is something that a lot of folks don't realize is in town. But yeah, 1615 Keith Valley Road. There is, you see it here, on the right-hand side of the image, that's a log cabin from possibly as early as the 1760s, possibly the 1790s. So somewhere, the various arguments in the historic surveys and notes in the margin, so some uncertainty there, but we know that it was there at least before 1800. And initially it was, those were two structures, and in the 1930s they were merged into one long building, and then pavilion structures are added on the back, forming sort of a U-shaped structure with what we think, and I show it in the staff report, we think was well, here you can see that where those doors are on the back, I think was an outdoor patio that was enclosed sometime after the 1930s additions. And then, very uncertain date, but probably in the 50s or 60s, that you can see here on the left side of the screen, this garage was added. It was not built with a foundation or footing, and the applicant wants to expand that to add, the rest of the house is single story and doesn't lend itself to an addition. So to have room for a family, you need a bedroom that's connected to the house. So the plan is to remove the 1950s, 1960s garage, reconstruct it in its current footprint, but make it taller, and so that you can have that bedroom upstairs and then connect it to the house physically within an enclosed hallway and not an open breezeway, so that it is part of the house. The other things that are being done on the house are all on the back. There's a lot of water infiltration and other things. This house is in some rough shape, so they're doing a lot of repairs, a lot of water, moisture mitigation. They have to also have, there's a living space in the cellar that, to be a bedroom, needs an egress window. So that they're removing that bay window, which is on the left-hand side, and installing just a double hung window into the wall. So removing the bay, and then that allows below grade there will be that window out of the bedroom and an egress. And then that it's I believe a triple sash window in the middle of the wing being replaced with a triple double hung. And then on the French doors, I'm always intrigued when I see a building that looks like my house, held in place with big sticks. So, but this is the rear enclosure of that. We think was the patio, and they're going to be replacing the doors on these. Some close-up photos, and we've shared those. It's in pretty bad shape. Replacing the roof, replacing the Pizza Hut skylight with something a little more appropriate, and ultimately, because of the low pitch on this section of the roof and over on the photo you see to the left-hand side, there's a low pitch section there, going back with a membrane roof. But currently, it's the roof's asphalt shingles everywhere, and so going back, most of these are you see on the rear kind of non-issues. They're not necessarily affecting the truly historic part of the house. I mean, we do acknowledge the architecture of the 1930s addition, but the garage is where we've got some glitches. Because of our new code, by enclosing this breezeway, they are creating a single structure, and the length of that structure exceeds what our code allows. So there's a couple of options. One of them is for the applicant to request a special exception. I'm not sure which they're going to do, but so we're including this in, and I do recommend approval of the garage. That while it might have some difficulty with the zoning, approval of COA would certainly assist in that, the request for the special exception. If for any reason there was any uncomfortable, you weren't comfortable with the garage or questions about the garage, I wanted to make sure we still move forward with some of the weather improvements on the back of the building. And Kate noted when she drafted the staff report, there's a lot of maintenance and repair being done on this house, and some of it that it very much needs, but those things are not what we would bring to you for review. So this is a request again for a COA to add the garage, to enclose the breezeway, essentially construct a hallway connecting the new garage, and to do these window alterations on the back. And we're, as staff, I see no problem with them and recommend approval. I know the applicant's here. Kelly, if you want to add anything to that.
Quick,
Yeah, I have a question.
I have a question for staff. If we just approve the COA as submitted, does that, in a sense, say that we're approving the zoning violation, if you will? Like that we support the...
A violation?
Not violation, but we...
Variance.
No.
We're supporting the fact that this project would exceed the length allowable by the new zoning code.
So this is somewhat similar to, well, not similar, identical to the fence across the street here. You're approving it if it meets your guidelines, whether, and I think it does.
I thought you wanted us,
Yeah.
but there was
Yeah, I
something
thought
where you wanted us to
You just talked
mention
and
that.
said the opposite. Sorry to say
Well,
that.
tell me where I said the opposite.
You said it would assist in the zoning?
I can't hear you.
You said it would assist in
If
the
it
approval.
went for a special exception.
Went for-
Oh,
right.
I see.
If they
Okay.
pursue.
It would be
special
non-conforming, right. So I think that if you were to, for BAR reasons, say you don't agree with this garage and wanted to exclude it or remove it, then I would say omit that, not deny. And I wouldn't deny anything tonight because this is just the first look at it, but it would be to omit something, the garage, or, and Kelly can address this, it might be, the option might be to omit the enclosed hallway, and sort of, that would at least avoid the zoning question for a while, but you kick it down the road. But, so there's some permutations here, but I wanted to make sure just that, because this is the first time you all at the BAR can defer something, an applicant can request a deferral, so I wouldn't, anything that, if there's anything part of this that you're not comfortable with voting on, and then some of the improvements on the back that are necessary, you'd like to approve, we approve those, omit the things that aren't, and the applicant can come back with a separate COA request at a later date.
I have another question for staff. Did I understand you saying that they are going to demolish the existing garage all the way down, and they'll put a new one in with footings?
Pretty much the same spot. Well,
In the same
almost
spot.
identical spot, and just a little bit deeper into the yard.
And we are not required to give a COA for the demolition?
Not in this case, no. I think that that's not the historic part of this building, the historic character, reason this is an IPP.
I thought you said the garage was 1930, it was Marshall Wells. Okay. Then I'm mistaken,
yeah.
just the two additions towards the back. Okay.
So, that's, yeah.
Okay. Any
So
other
what-
questions for staff?
My question was, on the Marshall Wells 1930s, or I thought we said 40s, but anyway, additions, kind of around the old structure. We're changing the windows on the back. What else are we doing?
That's it.
Any modification,
Yeah.
any further modifications on those structures?
I mean, they're repairing some roofs. There's some, if you look, and actually, James, you probably have some interesting insight there. Like the picture there on the bottom right of the page is how they've kind of ran that, the soffit in there. You've got these huge stone fireplaces. So there's some repairs that need to be done to keep water away from the historic building, but we're not reviewing those, no. And so, yeah, the only alterations to the 1937 additions And actually, I think that the kitchen, even that kitchen, that breakfast nook area is a later addition. But now, if you felt like the garage was a problem, and you wanted to remove it and talk about it, you certainly could. But so I say, I think the remainder of the work, it needs to be done, and need to get
When you
going
say
on
the
it.
breakfast nook, do you mean the bay window
Yes.
on the back? And that's not Marshall Wells 1937?
If you look at, there's,
I don't have
No,
materials.
the bay window at the front of the house is not being
That's staying.
touched.
yeah, and the reason is, there's
It's the part that says later.
it says later expansion. I suspect it is, and that's based on when there's a floor plan in a 1980s sales brochure, and if you look at the floor below, it just suggests to me that kitchen was added on. Now, granted, yeah, a long time ago, but I don't believe it was part of the 1937. And this survey refers to the 1937 alterations and then some later, as if almost like recent, to 1937 changes. This house is almost as complicated as the house on Hartman's Mill Road that confounded us, so.
And maybe the applicant can answer my
Yeah.
question, but thank you, I appreciate it. I'm sorry, say that again?
This is the breakfast room, this photo in the middle, right here.
This one is? Oh.
I'm referring to, so if you scroll down, there's a floor plan in that 1980, keep going, and you'll see.
The one in the ad, okay.
And go one more, and you'll see where it shows the basement space downstairs. There's, where it says storage and utility. So there's some alignment that's a little bit off. That storage room doesn't align with the breakfast room, so I think that some things were added later. I could be wrong, but that's my best guess. Let's let Kelly, she spent time over there wondering, scratching her head more than I started.
I'm Kelly Trout. I'm an architect with Robertson Renovations and New Construction. We're working with an engineer out of Pennsylvania who's helping us with this project. I don't have a ton to add to the presentation, apart from the fact that we're just trying to preserve what is there. We have no interest in fundamentally changing what's there. At the same time, we'd like to be able to bring it to modern usability. The spaces are small, the living spaces are very generous for the bedrooms, which there are 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms currently, which is part of the effort to add the window well in the basement to try to bring a 3rd, and really connecting the garage. The garage is in terrible condition. It will eventually demolish itself. It had no foundation, no footing. The existing HVAC and plumbing all runs exposed inside the garage to the upstairs area, so it's very poorly constructed and needs to be replaced. So our only ask really is to replace that existing garage in largely the same footprint, with the exception of a little bit of extension towards the back, which does raise the ridge line just a touch in order to maintain the existing pitch of the roof. I think it's a total of 4 feet that it rises. And then to connect the 2 buildings with a mud room that allows the rooms over the garage to become part of the living space. We are fully aware of the zoning issues and the fact that we're pretty stuck in this project. There's really no practical way to build a 2nd story on any of what exists, structurally not viable. Even if we were to somehow convince BAR that putting 2 stories on the back of that cabin made any kind of sense in respecting the cabin, there's just nowhere else to expand in this property. It's a very large parcel, and so that the house that exists there sort of isn't well utilizing this giant parcel, and our client would just like to have a couple extra bedrooms and by that connection. One change from what is in your drawings is on the front facade, what is currently shown, correct, right there, to the right of the 2nd chimney, the furthest right chimney. Instead of being brick facade there, we're proposing to go back with siding so that it really does feel like an enclosure of that existing breezeway. Keep all those lines the same, keep the overhang so that it really delineates the new from the old, which I know is important to the BAR. We know that we have some zoning hurdles ahead of us, but as far as BAR goes, we'd really appreciate approval of the project in its totality.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the public, either here or online?
I do have a hand raised. David Heller.
Unmute, sorry. Hi there.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We're the next door neighbors. We live to the south of the Murphys. And I had a question about the length of the fact that the property is exceeding the maximum length if you add that breezeway. Does the maximum length, or does that length limitation take into account the fact that the property is 2.5 acres and it's a very wide property? I mean, if you look at the existing structure, which is really, the new structure's proposal sounds like it's going to be about the same width as the current one from the street. It does not overwhelm the site. It sits comfortably within the very large site that it's on. And I just was it struck me that there aren't a lot of sites in the city that are this wide, that are residential. And I'm not sure whether that should affect your assessment of what the maximum is.
That's a good question. I don't know, Carl, if you want to speak to it.
The zoning doesn't differentiate between lot size, so it's just a fixed number in the zoning code.
Okay.
Which is too bad.
It is,
But that behooves a waiver.
Kelly knows what, she's been, she could probably tell us the options better than I could explain them. But yes, sorry, it's been a lot of
it's a hardship.
conversation. I think to answer the question that Mr. Heller raised is that, that this it is a result of the zoning. You all can't overcome that. But your recommendation, if this is, and as he said, this fits. I mean, it's essentially just enclosing a small section of breezeway. So the massing and scale is not significantly changed, and particularly given the context of this site. So I think that you all would be, you're not violating zoning by making a recommendation, because you can't, a COA can't supersede that zoning.
All right. Any other questions from the public?
No.
All right. Any questions from the BAR?
I have a question. Where is the low-pitched roof that you're going to put a different material on?
It's on the very back, the enclosure of what we believe was at once a patio. It's actually got a really lovely slate floor inside of it. And it seems
patio.
like that exterior courtyard was enclosed. That roof up there is failing, the skylight's failing, just a lot of rot and water. So that would be the only section where I foresee membrane roofing.
And what membrane are you proposing?
We would propose EPDM, but we're open, to whatever is, if there's a...
And what is the slope?
I must say, I don't know off the top of my head.
Less than 312 is a rubber roof we would put in.
Follow up, what color EPDM?
Black.
Black, yeah.
What is the length limit? How far over are you just with it?
The length limit according to zoning is 60 feet. I believe the entire structure end to end, if you include the garage now, is 114 feet. The main house alone exceeds 60 feet. So there's really no way to add to either side of the existing home. And in fact, the existing home is about 2,700 square feet. So we're also approaching the problem of the 3,000 square foot maximum per building on a site. So there are several places where we get pinched by the zoning code and then being limited here. So 114 feet is the answer to the question, and it is exactly what exists now. We do not propose any additional length. The only change would be to infill that small piece between the existing garage and the existing home. And it would remain behind, that infill is also behind the existing breezeway, which you can't even see the breezeway now because in that photograph that Kate, you just had on page 3, up on the right, they've got such a giant holly there, like that you almost can't, the massing, the addition would be pretty similar to what the holly is showing us actually.
But further back, so you
But it
can't
will
see
be,
it.
yeah, so it's behind the holly, behind the breezeway there. There's just that little section of breezeway that's masked there.
How far back is the facade of the garage from the front facade of the house, approximately?
Jeff, I think I gave you that number at one point, 23 feet. It is not the 50 feet that zoning would like us to have.
That's the GIS. If that helps.
It's in the footprint though of the original.
The exact same footprint, with the exception of 6 additional feet to the rear.
I'm curious, what the bay on the front of the original house, anybody know where that came from? Is that original? I guess that probably was like the front door at some point.
There was a discussion, look, Kate, you know better than I do. It was two pavilions connected?
Yeah, it was 2 log cabins that were extended, and, I mean, even in our city assessor's file, we can't quite piece it together. Some of the best information is in this old sales brochure. I was hoping to find where the architect's drawings might be on record somewhere, but I wasn't able to find them.
So you think that was like a dog trot almost, sort of like an opening between?
I just don't.
Sometimes, yeah,
Don't know.
sometimes that was the case. You might look at UVA special collections that they might have Marshall Swainwell's drawings.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Started, didn't have time to do all, but yeah.
well, it's
The applicant could do that.
Yeah, I said
They
that's
could,
not germane
regardless,
to
this
what we're.
isn't,
The applicant
they're
could.
not,
That's-
they're
yeah.
not proposing any change to that, so it's a moot point. It's a curious question, but, any other, where are we?
I think questions from the public.
Thank you.
Well, wait, I have one more question.
Oh, we
It
got
appears
questions from the
that the height that you're putting on the new garage is identical then all the way across.
No.
No, it's higher.
Oh, it's gonna be,
By
it's
4
gonna be
feet.
higher.
It'll be 4 feet higher than the existing.
Okay.
I'll ask a leading question. Does it have to be higher?
It does in order to get head height that meets code.
Because it seems like there's an apartment already there, but I guess it doesn't meet code. Right?
It does not. We'll just leave it there.
We moved on to comments.
No, that was a question.
Okay.
I don't think the public had questions yet.
They did. We had somebody online.
Okay, that's right, sorry.
Judge Heller called him.
All right.
One other question. The chimneys are not operable.
I don't believe any of them are currently functional. Do you know, James?
They're not, and it's a good point, because that's one of the main problems, the gap between the house and the chimney and the way it's framed. All the water sheds off straight down the foundation, It's causing major structurally on the foundation of that house. So trying to kind of fix all that and keep this place whole and still standing is, it should have happened a long time ago.
Where is that happening? That's on the rear?
At the front.
Oh, the front.
You can see it right here.
It's the,
Yeah,
the ivy
chimney on the
covered
right,
chimney.
the-
Oh, no, the one beyond it. Sorry, the second one to the left.
Oh, I see. Down below.
Right, it's right by the kitchen window. That water runs off right under the kitchen, right under the front porch.
Yeah, just.
And it just-
Pouring down, it's going, it's going in the basement, it's just, yeah.
So this addition in a way is alleviating that?
Yeah, it's simply keeping the house from falling down, but that would be one of the kind of alterations that we do, is try to remedy that.
Yeah, that-
Flash it accordingly and
Yeah.
frame in and just try to.
Repin those, rebuild those foundation walls where they're bowing and were inadequate when they were built and have not been helped by the water infiltration over the years.
Yeah, it's a flashing detail and where they're directing the water. That's not, again, that's not on our agenda tonight.
What is the exterior of the new garage going to be?
It'll be hardy plank siding, similar to what can be seen on some of the gables.
It's outlined all the materials on
beaded.
the, underneath.
There is a list.
Yeah, the application and the staff report outline the materials and any reference to the siding in lieu of the brick there that Kelly had talked about, so
Yeah,
that's.
hardy plank lap siding in keeping with, what's similar to what's there.
Any other questions from the board?
There's a question from the public.
Do you have a question or a comment?
Question. And comment.
All right, we'll just hold on. Let's do comments from the public. Go ahead, come up.
I thought he said he did have a question.
He did, but we're
Sorry.
past questions from the public. So form it like a comment as best you
Uriah
can.
again. So I've been doing this work for 35 plus years. I'm 55 years old. From what I'm hearing, the place is not structurally sound. It's on unsolid ground. And if it's not perked, then you're going to continue to have the same situation, or even worse. So how are you going to deal with the foundation before you deal with the structure is what we really need to know. How are you going to deal with the foundation before you deal with the structure?
The foundation of the existing home?
Huh?
Yeah, the plan is to excavate around all of the existing foundation, drain tile, waterproofing, current code for foundation drains and maintaining what's there, rebuild what needs to be rebuilt in the foundation walls.
Foundation first, right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. That's a good question. Good
And
comment.
Mr. Heller has a comment online.
Okay, Mr. Heller?
Hey there. We're fully supportive of all of the work that's being proposed here. The house needs work. I mean, they're very nice people, but the house is, the house has not had a lot of TLC in the 15 years we've lived here. This sounds great. And the garage is a dump right now. I mean, Bart lives there, but oh my goodness. I mean, so it's great that they're going to replace it and put something in that's not sagging and whatever. So, for what it's worth, the neighbors support this activity.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right, comments from the BAR?
I'm ready to make a motion if there are no comments.
I just want to say I'm glad that the 1937 additions by Marshall Wells are significant. I mean, you can't say they're the most important part of the house because the log cabin certainly is, but they're important. There are significant properties in Albemarle County where people have fought to maintain Marshall Wells' structures, like tooth and nail. I won't go into it, but so I don't agree with staff saying that those are not important additions. They're just as important as the original structure. And thank you for preserving what you can in those additions, because it has perpetuated the use of the house. This
Yeah.
house wouldn't have been used for the last century as a log cabin, unfortunately, on the street and with current usage, so it allowed the home to be lived in. I'm supportive of
You
otherwise.
grew up in it, right?
Oh, well, not on that street.
Oh, no,
Oh,
not James.
that James?
No,
Is that
this is James.
Okay. Staff didn't say, I just want to be clear, we did not discount the importance of the wings. I'm just trying to get the chronology of when things occurred. So in no way, I do disregard the garage, but.
We'll listen to video. I'm supportive of whatever motion you're going to make.
So my only comment is that, and it's deceiving a little bit because this elevation view doesn't have the depth in it. And so I do feel like the ridge line of the garage being higher than the roof is regrettable, but I think the fact that it's pushed back from the house helps mitigate that. Just wanted to kind of say that on the record, but I do support the project.
And I'll just add that I have no problem with the zoning issue. I think that you're doing what you need to do. You're maintaining the same footprint. You're not, increasing the size in any way. You're obviously putting a lot of money and resources into the project to save what's a really interesting house. So fully in support of it.
Okay.
There you go. Okay. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed rehabilitations, alterations, and new garage at 1615 Keith Valley Road satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this individually protected property, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted with the following conditions. Per the design guidelines, doors and windows with insulated glass and simulated divided lights will have internal spacer bars. New gutters will be half round and the downspouts will be full round. In addition, the BAR notes that the approval of the COA for the new garage is for the design review only and does not authorize any work requiring a building permit, nor does it supersede the city's code of development, which the proposed work must comply with.
Second.
It's
All right.
on the one that I got.
Before you all vote, Carl, are you comfortable? I mean, that language makes sense as far as it.
I mean, it needs to comply with the code, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll call, any discussion, excuse me, well, I guess we just had a little bit. Any further discussion? All right, I'll call a vote. Mr. Rosenthal,
Yes.
Ms. Taveney,
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries. Thank you all very much for your efforts in preserving this very old house. Who seconded that?
That's a heck of a project.
All right. That concludes our new items. We are now into the pre-application conferences. Per the motion that was made, if anyone wasn't here at the beginning of the meeting, we made a motion to limit the discussion with the applicants for both of the preliminary discussion topics to 30 minutes. We are going to allow public comment. We're not going to do a separate comment and question, just all in one. We're going to limit public comments to 2 minutes per speaker, and that's just out of respect for everyone's time. We've got a lot of folks that want to speak. So our first discussion is,
Are we timekeeping?
Kate can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. 835, 843, 847 West Main Street, multi-story housing development project. So we'll start with a staff report and then have a presentation from the applicant. Or do we have, staff report?
Yes. Yes. So this came before you all in August of 2025, August 19th, for a pre-application conference, which is required by code. And the proposed lot is here in the West Main Street ADC district. It's currently mainly a parking area right after you cross the bridge on this section of West Main, which is sub-area B of our district. So you here see two elevations of what was proposed in August and a new design, which is the point of this discussion today. Continued discussion to address the response of the applicant to your previous comments from those modifications. And again, just to remind everyone that no action is to be taken tonight. This is just a continued discussion. And the applicants are here with their presentation.
Great.
Any
Applicants would like to-
questions for
Questions
staff?
for staff? Okay. If the applicant would like to come up and give their presentation, that would be great.
And I would just advise council to sort of use the notes under the discussion. Some of it's the boilerplate stuff, but you'll see on the middle of chapter 3 or page 3, I've also inserted some specific comments and questions that you all may want to, you know. All right, and so in the discussion, if you guys can work through, use it as a framework for your questions, and then, as I said, there's a section on page 3 about the additional comments that I've added that I think are more specific than the generic. And that's just my suggestion. You go through those, use that as a checklist.
On page 3.
And I put them up here just for quick reference.
So here I can share my copy if it would help. But, so that's, you know, set the usual stuff from you know, the type of information you're looking for. Does it have elevations you want to see? Are there any details you want to see? Are there any sections you want to see? But then I have, like I said, some specific things that I've noted that I had advised the applicant might be likely additional information that you all would request, but there's no need for them to provide that if you all don't think it needs to be provided. So that, I just wanted to point that out, and then we did do a little bit of an analysis about height and massing and spacing, but this is on West Main, so there's not I mean, everything's up on the street, and we have an interesting sub-area that has
No
very few
contributing structures.
old buildings. So, so yeah, now you can go forward.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you. Do we need to get promoted to be able to share a screen?
No, you should just be able to share from your Zoom window.
Please speak in the microphone, because I'll hear what you said there.
I think everybody needs to speak into microphones. A member of the public said they couldn't hear you just a little while ago.
I'm not sure where that is. Connected correctly.
Is it a separate presentation or is it just
I'll drop it in here really quick.
I was about to say, do y'all want a 5-minute recess?
2 minutes?
I'd love
Or
it.
less? 2
Let's
minutes
do
or less?
5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Just bio break if anybody needs the restroom.
I believe.
you just ate.
It's 7 o'clock. I'll call us back to order, please. All right. So got the presentation on screen, and we're ready to hear from LV Collective. So if you guys would like to go ahead with your presentation, please.
All right. Hi, my name is Brittany Sanders. Sorry, I am losing my voice, so I won't speak long. I just thought it was really important for me to come up here and speak as the lead developer on this project and just kind of set the tone for the presentation. I was at the last BAR meeting. I was not in a project lead role at the time, but I was here, heard feedback firsthand. I heard the community's feedback firsthand, and I think what you're going to see today is a thoughtful and direct response to both levels of those feedback, specifically around the height, with it coming down from 11 stories to 8 and 6. We didn't just step it, we ripped the Band-Aid off to try to be very respectful of the feedback. And then also the walkway was something else that was really important. We now have direct access to West Haven's walkway that's there. And then we're also proposing to carry that across Main Street in the form of a pedestrian, an enlarged celebrated pedestrian connection. There are still ongoing conversations with the community. Not everybody's concerns have been met, nor do I think they will be met. But LV is at the table, and I think we've made some productive progress, and we hope to continue that progress by the time we actually come back in a month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. My name is Mohammed Mohsen. I'm an architect with Niles Bolton, here to represent LV Collective. Appreciate your time. I was here last August when we presented this project and got a lot of feedback from the community and feedback from the board. And I'm excited to kind of run through some of the updates that took place over the last few months. When we met August, there was really kind of three main things that a lot of the conversations centered around. One was the overall height.
number of stories, the scale of the building in general. 2 is the connection, the pedestrian connection from West Haven to West Main. And then 3 was some input and feedback on the overall architectural direction that we've received. These building sections here at the top, I think they tell the story better than any other type of drawing. The left side there is what we've presented back in August. The right side is what we've done after the reduction of 3 stories. So we're now a total of 8 stories. It's no longer a high-rise building. In terms of code compliance, we are under 75 feet to the top residential level. We're type 3 construction, so we are wood on the top 5 levels, concrete on the bottom 3. And the overall building height from average grade to top of roof will need to remain below 85 feet in total. Section below kind of cuts north-south, proposed development on the left, West Main on the left, and it cuts all the way through future development for West Haven to show the stepping and how the scale has kind of become a lot more natural in terms of the height progression. I'm going to scroll through a few slides that show the before and after. Left is before, right is after. West Haven latest proposed development is highlighted in green. You can kind of see the scale difference here between what we presented back in August versus what we are presenting today. This is party and 8th, and then the view from 10th and Page. And these are a couple of high-level views looking along West Main from the east and west. Bottom is proposed. The next thing we talked about is the connection, and you can see in the current development here, this is zoomed out obviously with the overall context. You can see that what we presented back in August had the connection running right to the middle of our block, coming around the building on the east side, coming all the way down against the parking edge, and then back along the sidewalk because due to some grade challenges, and then to West Main about mid-block. And what we're showing now is kind of a straight connection. We've worked with the community, we've worked with West Haven. It was a lot of discussions, and we've now kind of aligned the pedestrian connection or pedestrian promenade from West Haven all the way to West Main, and it kind of aligns along the west end of the building. That secondary line there is still a pedestrian connection that exists, and it also takes you to West Main right by the bridge intersection on the south east corner of our development. I'm going to scroll through a couple of slides, just very high level. These are kind of some landscape and hardscape studies. Starts to talk about the precedent imagery that we're looking at in terms of the screening along the west edge, the type of material used at the walkway, the planters, the furniture, a lot of the pavement as we kind of work through the portion of the pedestrian connection that will need to connect vehicular access into the parking deck versus what is there only for service and maintenance and for the cell tower and potentially the transformers if there's ever service required. The connection here is a 22 feet wide vehicular connection, 8 feet wide pedestrian connection, and then 3 feet of landscape buffer and a screen. Once we get past the entries to the parking, you can see kind of through the pavement pattern here, it really it starts to celebrate the pedestrian connection. Furniture along the plaza, we've got a plaza proposed along West Main here. And you can see the type of furniture, the type of lighting that's proposed, and then just overall the character and imagery. I understand that Water Street will be brought in to continue the discussion, the ongoing discussion, and continue the collaboration with the neighbors. Quickly looking at the building plans, this is kind of the ground level, frontage along West Main, entirely active use. We've got this cafe area in green, and then amenities and leasing on the right. Parking behind it. This is the mezzanine level, some additional amenities on the first level above ground, and then we start to pick up residential. This is the perspective view kind of at the middle of West Main, where the signage is kind of our front door. The left side of this image is seating associated with the cafe. And you can see just a lot of attention to that public realm and the detailing at the street level, whether it be the materiality, the brick material, the coursing, the stepping or the corbelling kind of at that band above the building base, the amount of transparency and glazing, and then just the use of landscape and pavement patterns to really activate the streets. There you go. This is the typical residential level, and above level 6, we have a step back. So level 7 and 8 on the right side there, you see there's a big step back there, and that's what we've seen in the section in the beginning. So that we've got double, it's a double loaded quarter donut, levels 3 to 6, and then levels 7 and 8 we have a step back. Level 8 we also pick up an amenity and a terrace at the bottom right corner of the plan. This is the front elevation along West Main. We've heard encouragement to use more masonry along the frontage and along the edges as we turn the corner, and so we've got a mix of masonry, fiber cement with different colors, and then obviously at the base glazing and some accent metals. This is a zoom in. It shows the detailing. It shows the articulation. It shows that focus on the public realm elements that is really key and important to this development. A couple of quick renderings before I wrap it up. This is kind of a view looking over the bridge, looking at the overall development. So we know that there's this development is right by the rail. There's going to be a lot of open views on West Main headed towards our building, and so we've kind of rearranged and reconfigured the overall massing, simplified it some, brought more masonry to that side here, and of course with the scale reduction, just overall the proportions improved considerably. I know when we met last time, there was the feedback related to like how tall and how heavy and bland that corner felt when we intended to really celebrate it, and so you kind of see the progress from last meeting to now. Here's a little bit of a close-up, again, kind of at that bridge intersection, and then here's what we have before. And then this is the west-facing facade. This is facing the standard. Basically, that's the pedestrian promenade elevation. And this is the perspective view, kind of looking at where that pedestrian connection ties to West Main. That crossing here is kind of showing a little bit pushed a little bit more west. We would like to work with the city and the community to be able to get that to line up with the pedestrian access. And then that's what we've shown on the last round. This is the north elevation. This is the east elevation facing the rail. And then just a couple of the enlarged views, should we need to reference those in terms of the overall context. Materials, as I mentioned, brick veneer, that color, that beige color, and then 3 colors of fiber cement panel. Thank you very much for the time. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Nice job keeping it in 10 minutes. I really appreciate that. I think we all do. So, kudos. That's a pat on the back, man. Good job. Great. So I'm going to try to figure out if we want to allow for a public comment and then come back to our discussion with the applicant. How do you all feel?
Maybe go for it. Allow public comment now.
I think
and
it'd
then
be
conclude our interaction that lasts 20 minutes with the applicant.
So I think that makes sense, because that way we can hear what the public has to say, and then
Yeah.
perhaps we can form some of those into our own questions, and it'll inform our questions and comments. So I'm going to invite the public up. Just a reminder, please state your name. Keep your comments distinct. Please keep your comments to the BAR purview. That is the exterior of the building. And I think that's about it.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, thank you. Had a third thought, but it'll come back to me. All right, so who would like to come speak about the project? There we go.
Hey everybody, my name's Brandon Collins. Always one to talk, so I'll try to be brief. I've lived in Charlottesville my whole life. My children have lived here their whole lives. And I've had the serious honor and privilege to work with residents of West Haven on the planning for their future redevelopment. And it's been From our end, I think meaningful, not without challenges, and not without a whole lot of hard work. Some of those residents are here today. I do work for CRHA, but these are kind of my own observations in dealing with our resident planners. So the first thing I think to point out is that at least our resident planners, and I think most of the community in general, this is really a first look at a new revision to their plan. The ones we've kind of been going off of are the ones in August. I know there's been some conversations about what LV may or may not be willing to do and tweak, but our planners, at least our resident planners at West Haven, of which there are about 30 steady participants and probably an overall about 70 with over 90% of the community participating in our process, they haven't had a chance to evaluate this at all. We've got tons of work to do, and our assumption all along has been that when LV is ready to maybe make some commitments, that they would sit down with the community and with our residents and evaluate any proposed changes. That said, I can see that they've tried to work with some of what they've heard. I think it's really important for the BAR to understand that at 8 stories, the height and scale and mass of this building is still an adverse impact on the neighborhood. Part of that's because they're set down on a hill, and it was done on purpose to separate the community. So that's something we have to work with. So no matter what happens, no matter the proposed changes at 8 stories, even just on West Main, there's going to be opposition to this, right? And so one of the things is that to mitigate that is to work with LV on a community benefits agreement. That's not your concern. You're concerned about design. So what are the things that might make sense? So this was based on an older drawing, but
Sorry, we're going to limit it to 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. If you want to hand it
all
off.
right, I'm going to give you this. It's a very crude drawing. Basically cutting these corners to allow for visibility. Deeper step backs on the south, east and west sides of the buildings. With a little set in, I think they're sort of looking at that anyways.
Have you shared this with the applicant?
Not yet. I'm sure somebody will at some point. But, you know, if I were you, and yes, we want to work with Water Street Studio, residents' core demand is being able to design that memory walk out to West Main Street. And it's awesome that we can work with Water Street Studio to do that. We haven't sat down and done that work. And if I were the BAR, I would want to see that design before even considering any kind of approval. And certainly the residents need to be able to present that to you all and have you take a look. So that's all I got.
Great, thank you, Brandon. Appreciate that. Anyone else? Sure. Go ahead.
My name is Earl Hicks. I'm also a West Haven planner, also West Haven resident. I still don't like the building. We haven't seen proposals change before the agreement was posted. Design changes needed to be made, but without a significant reduction in height, there will still be a negative impact on our neighborhood. So other steps needed to be taken. Work with residents for our approval of design changes. Residents to have full control over the planning of the memory wall to West Haven, to West Main Street. And what I wanted to say is that, as I stand here as a resident planner, I still propose the building still to be even at 8. I've seen the additions, but still, when you come in somebody's neighborhood, you need to sit at the table with them and let them know and be a partner with them, not come through the back door and figure, okay, here we are. This is what we're gonna do. And we should go along with it. It don't work in my book like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey y'all, again, sorry. I'm Angela Carr. I'm a resident of Charlottesville, Virginia. I used to be a resident of West Haven. That was the very first core neighborhood that I had lived in when I first moved to Charlottesville, Virginia. But I just feel like I just have a kind of a comment, you know? But I feel like it is kind of inconsiderate, like you said, Mr. Earl, to come in to a neighborhood and take full control and not have any consideration for the people that lives in the neighborhood or how they would feel or how that would affect their lives, the day lives, or how the building would affect how they normally get to Main Street to get to the stores, or how everything's so just in arm's reach. And now, like, you're proposing a big, huge building. It's just kind of like, what are you going to do for the neighborhood that you're proposing the building to be in front of? Also, I kind of feel like, but this is my very first time seeing you guys, and it was like a really, I've never had any communication with you guys. I've never seen you guys at any meeting. I've never seen you guys at any table, ever. I've never seen them. So this was like a surprise when they stood up today. And I was like, oh, this is LB Collective. It was really a surprise. So when you say you've worked with the community, my mom told me not to call anyone a liar, but that is a fib, because you have not worked with the community. If you've worked with the community, we would have seen you walking through West Haven. You're not on the cameras. So I know for sure that they're not working with the community. So again, I would urge the BAR to, dismiss the application until they come back with more information from the community themselves that this is going to actually affect. And also with the memorial wall, it's kind of like, how can you make a choice with a wall that what do you know the history behind it? So it's kind of like, how can you just take full control of something? It's not fair. It's not right. That's like someone coming into your home and walking right past you and your wife and not speaking, but taking their shoes off and getting comfortable. Like, you address the people that live there. That's how you do it respectfully. So, and that's how you gain respect, and that's how you gain the community's trust. And you also gain the community's trust by having a listening ear, when someone's talking. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Appreciate it. Hey there.
Uriah.
35
years, like I said, 17 years building here in Charlottesville, restoring the Jefferson building, working with the YMCA, working with Faulkner, working with pretty much every company out here, also Rainbow Restoration, Fishersville, and here in Charlottesville for UVA. Highly experienced in every part of a house from the ground up. And the thing that I want to bring to the table is this. I see a lot of bars around here. What I don't see is that many shelters. I don't see a place where these people can go to get off our corners so that these people can enjoy their walks, walk their dogs, and the children. We need to apply ourselves to something other than bars. I think we got enough bars and cafes going on around here. Most of the poorer people can't even afford to go in half of them. So, we're not communicating with each other. We're not, other than me coming in and pulling a shift and serving you guys, I don't get to even talk to you guys unless I'm outside giving snowballs to the kids for free or something like that. So, I do a lot of my work myself. I do try to collect donations. I do have 3 projects that I'm working on, one for the senior citizens to get them to and from their buildings instead of them having to walk to the bus lines. One for the children, the poor children, to get to the outings and set places where they can't experience the experiences of the other kids. And I got a store bus, low economy bus that I'm gonna have with care packages for the low economy areas. I hear y'all talking a lot about the places that's already established and making money and doing things, but I don't really hear y'all talking a whole lot about the places that are not established and that still need help. I'm out here every day. I work with the public. I use my own money. I buy chips and stuff and flip them for extra quarters so that I can do my projects. It don't take much for me to pray to my Lord and put a quarter together to make another quarter. When I try to ask for donations, a lot of the time my family is not all my family because all of them don't apply to me the same. But I still have to work my way through it. I still have to take the rejections, I still have to forgive them and love them at the end of the day, and wake up the next morning and serve them again. And I have no problem with doing that. I need you guys to be attentive to us as well. Y'all have a good night.
Appreciate it, Uriah. Thank you. All right.
Good evening, everyone. How are you doing?
All right.
One of the things I do want to point out is that when we first came and heard about the project, the height was always an issue. The height is still an issue. They went from 11 to 8, but if you're looking at the renderings back there, it is still equal, maybe a little bit higher than the standard, and the standard is still a negative effect for us in West Haven in the 10th and Page neighborhood. But however, we have, Miss Brittany has reached out to FAR, and we have had a couple of meetings, some meetings, some questions weren't asked, and then there has been some conversation lately about what a community benefit could look like. And we talked about a lot of things, about preserving the community, preserving the neighborhood, services to the neighborhood. But the one thing that they could not commit to is lowering the height to 6'5". And what they're basically saying is that 6'5" wouldn't make them any money. And so basically what we are asking and what we are saying, and today the presentation, Ms. Brittany, the presentation that he showed today, I wish we'd had that also to be able to talk about. So Brandon is correct. We haven't seen this. What you all saw tonight is the first time we're seeing it. However, the height is still too much for us. Brittany said the other day in a conversation, she said, well, if we walk away, whoever owned that lot is going to go and find somebody else. The difference is that if they walk away, the person who owned that land now knows you have to do this better. You have to stay with the community. You have to get with the community. And so we can build something that all the community, 10th and Page, plus the developer is satisfied with, and then you won't have us pushing back. We're coming here with a collective voice. So no to the 8 stories, 6'5", and please make sure we get a copy of what you presented here today, because we did not have that. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the public?
I'd like to know how many people will be employed by this building. Like how many how many employers will be employing this building?
You're right, I'm sorry, that's
We bring
outside.
more work?
That's
We
outside our
bring more work?
purview. That's outside our purview. It's, like, this board is really focused on the architectural impact of the building.
Okay, got it.
Yep, thank you. I did want to clarify really quick, our last speaker, when you said 6'5", are you saying you prefer 6 stories on the West Haven side? You're
So they're presenting, I think.
8 stories.
They're presenting 8'7" or 8'6". We're saying 6 on the front, 5 in the back.
Okay, that's true, thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Some of our residents, the compromise is that most of our residents, thank you for reminding me, resident, not what they said at first, but I went to a
That's
compromise answer. It's 5'4", but we knew that they weren't going to do 5'4", so I said, okay, 6'5".
Okay.
So that's what I've been taking into the room, but the residents actually wanted 5 in the front and 4 in the back.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. All right, and would you like to speak, Frank?
Hi, yes, my name is Frank Bechter. I live in Fifeville. there's a point that is raised at these meetings that pertains to what's already been discussed in this presentation about that your purview concerns the external appearance. And I know there are guidelines that often reference the cultural and historical and architectural character of the building. So cultural, I've always wondered how those two statements, only the appearance on the external side and cultural character, et cetera, how the board views the linkage or non-linkage of those. I would think they're linked. The applicant here did present and is emphasizing the public area, and that presumably involves the people who would use that public area. So I would want you to be able, under your guidelines, under your considerations, to consider who's there. The people using the public walkway, the memory walk, as part of the external appearance, so that you don't have any feelings that you can't consider the kinds of people who are there. Because obviously there'll be the residents, but perhaps the applicant is trying to make room for the residents of West Haven too. And I think that would be a very good thing. And so that's a point of a technical concern that I hope you can resolve in that way.
Thank you, Frank. All right, sure.
Hi, my name is Wendy Gao. I'm a community member here to support the residents of West Haven and 10th and Page. As people have already said, this building is currently sitting at 8 stories right now, and that's the reduction. We can't have historical amnesia. 8 stories is the size of the standard, I'm pretty sure. And the standard was already a giant stain on Charlottesville's continued inability to grapple with its history of violence, white supremacy, and dispossession of Black people. If we cannot even remember the mistake that was the standard, how can we even attempt to begin grappling with more violence? With Vinegar Hill, with enslavement. LV Collective is up here talking about a memory walk for Vinegar Hill and urban renewal when they are enacting the same violence that Vinegar Hill and Gospel Hill enacted. Residents have said over and over that they want their memory walk to be celebrated and in the open and to be remembered. They want the public to actively be grappling and sitting with this history. They don't want it in an alley. LV Collective's current proposal puts the West Haven Memory Walk between 2 8-story buildings and a road for maintenance and trash and service vehicles. I can tell you that remembrance of Vinegar Hill will not be found in any meaningful way amid the rumble of maintenance service vehicles, students buying $11 lattes from a cafe that no resident can afford, or between 2 buildings that cement Charlottesville's legacy of white supremacy. Last thing, I think that this discussion about community engagement, the thing about community engagement is the community gets to dictate what counts as that. So LV Collective doesn't get to come up here and say that they are sitting at the table or that they are talking to residents when people here have said that this is the first time that the residents have seen this plan. That shouldn't be the case. The residents need to get the plan before you all, and the fact that that's not the case means that these people don't understand what community engagement looks like, and if they're just talking to a select group of people, then that also means that there's likely tokenization and not actual real engagement with the residents of West Haven, the people who will be most affected by this building.
Okay. Thank you, Wendy. All right. Thank you all for your comments. Appreciate that. It's 7:30. So we have, I think we got to about 7:15, so we still have 15 minutes left to discuss with the applicant based on the motion Ms. Lewis made at the beginning of the meeting.
Are you done?
You know that gives all of us like less than 2 minutes, right? Or about 2 minutes.
You voted against the motion, so.
I did.
I believe I can respond for a few minutes.
Sure.
Are there no more room for any more comments? Is that?
I thought we were having unlimited.
Okay.
Because she's never there before.
Okay. If you want to speak, sure. 2 minutes.
Probably want to check if it's online as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is anybody on there?
Hello, Ziona Bryant speaking as an individual, not as an elected. So I do have concerns about the I share the concerns that the residents have about the height, but I do want to say that just because we're talking about community engagement, Brittany has been, she has been trying to engage with the 10th and Page Neighborhood Association, and so a conversation that we had yesterday that lasted about 2 hours had a lot of things discussed during that conversation, and I think one of the main things that the neighborhood, just to be transparent, is having to sit with and like think through is, if the height does not decrease, what are the actual benefits to the neighborhood as far as that density goes? And so I think, like, though this is technically beyond your purview, it is important to think about how, if city council, for example, is pursuing this agenda of wanting higher density and wanting taller buildings with the idea of creating more affordable housing, which they believe in trickle-down economics. People have differing opinions about that, but in this context, we have to think about what will those benefits be to the community. And I think it is a hard job to be able to have this conversation in the way that you are expected to without thinking about all of those things. Like, if it is taller, how much added affordability will be included in that building? And again, though that's outside of your scope, I do think that that should be a question that is presented in this space and maybe discussed a little bit when you talk with the applicant. Because I can say confidently that though everyone does not agree on the height, Brittany has been trying to bring some sort of benefits to the 10th and Page neighborhood, and it does expand just beyond West Haven. I mean, there's Rose Hill Neighborhood Association that was at the table, there's 10th and Page Neighborhood Association. There's a lot of homeowners in that space too who will have their taxes increased and things of that nature because of this building. So I just hope that we can have a more comprehensive conversation and give LV more time to actually work out some of those benefits that they can provide along with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Before you speak, do we have anybody online? No. Anybody else from the public here that would like to speak? Sorry, Ms. Bryant. I apologize, Ms. Bryant. Didn't mean to cut you off ahead of time. Okay, Brittany.
It's going to be hard to follow that, especially with my voice. I don't want to get into the specifics of the community benefits agreement because I respect the community and I want to have those conversations offline. So I only want to talk through the one thing that does relate to your purview, and that's the Memorial Walk. I've really struggled with that, and not the concept. When Jeff reached out and said, hey, you need to have materials on this, and I said, do you understand what that does to my ability to communicate to the community that they should design this? So I'm kind of caught between two processes. But just to go on the record, my goal is to have the community design that. The reason I set the building back is to create a public plaza so that it isn't just between two buildings. The reason that I gave up more density than I could afford to give and allow that connection to go around both sides of the building is to give the history what it deserves, which is visibility. And do I know what that history is? I know what I've read. I haven't lived it. And I need the people that have lived it to design it. That's all I want to say.
Can I, I want to clarify too, when I spoke with Brittany, and, I'll tip my hat to the works. I'll tip my hat to the work that Brittany's put into reaching out to me and asking me questions about this. And one of the things that I advised was this Memorial Walk appears to be a design intent that will be developed over time with the folks in West Haven. And I asked the question of, is this part of, should they want to come forward in this summer for a design review of this building, the architecture of the building, and of course this space to the side? Are they bringing a finished design for that public space? Or And my suggestion was then whatever it is that is sort of, you've set it aside, you have to finish it. I mean, it is a paved access point. I think they have some permeable paving, they might have some furniture in there, but as far as putting memorialization there, and to whatever extent that the community recommends, the timing of a review of that seems to be, if they're going to go through a process, you all can't review a design until it's completed later. So trying to separate those two. But it also falls where I think when a community's had input on the design of a public space or a park, should that come to the BAR for, you don't want to have a space that's been created with community input and then, it's like Belmont Bridge. It's, as a community came up with design, does BAR say we don't like that design? So I'm trying to separate the Memorial Walk out of this a little bit because it allows the neighborhood the freedom to work with the applicant the freedom to sort of treat that space as a blank canvas at this point, to the extent that you have something that you can review and allow the project go forward. Because if we're suspending everything until the Memorial Walk design is done, I don't know how we get there from here. So that's and then also with the community benefits agreement, that's something that they've been working with through the city manager's office and enforcement of that, and I admire the work they're putting into that, but I'm trying to keep that, again, somewhat separate from, it's outside of your purview as the BAR. All admirable things, we want to see it happen, but I'm trying to contain what comes to you as an application later this summer into something that you can act on, and to take anything that might be aspirational and separate that out. So I wasn't saying just ignore that space or don't talk about the materials there. I was saying if there's things that are going to go in there later, then that later will be addressed later. Is that?
And I completely agree with that. I hope
Okay,
it didn't
good,
signify anything different. The goal of today, and the reason that I was supportive of not having a vote, is because just as much as the community's feedback is important, your feedback is also important. It's not one or the other. I kind of have to have feedback from everybody so that I can figure out where to go from here. So that's what today hopefully is to get feedback from everyone. And I recognize that feedback is going to continue from the community. I know their position on the height, and I encourage them to continue to speak on it. Let's have a healthy dialogue in this. I think that's very possible moving forward.
Sorry, my name is Carmelita Wood, I'm a Fifield resident. I wanted to speak on the Benneker Hill Monument or walk or whatever it is, because I lived that history. Most of those people are dead and gone. Their children half of them don't live in Charlottesville, and they don't know what Benneker Hill was like. They don't know the history of Benneker Hill. You're going to put a walk there for people that don't know the history, then I think you need to put a room, space inside that building so that people can come and sit and talk about the history or learn the history. Put a classroom there. Put books there that have that history of Benneker Hill and what you've heard. Go out and talk to the people and find out what it is that they would like to see in that building. I mean, nobody's going to walk up and down a memory walk and you just walking through. I mean, stop and look around. Go have a seat and talk to people about that history. That's all I want.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, evening, Rosia. My thing is, I can't understand if they've been studying this from the numbers that I've seen since the late part of 20s, but before now. So it's been some years that they have been studying this. And when you look at the height that we've already been put down, what would make you want to have a building that high, over top of the people even though I understand that they might not know the true history, but when you're coming to a place and you're willing to build, you're already supposed to know these things in place before you get to where you're at. And the disrespectfulness of how the presentations and the communications and whatever LV has brought to us as residents in at West Haven has been very disrespectful. You know, they're gonna tell us we basically had the audacity to basically say, y'all are lucky we're even giving y'all the plans. You know, and then you waited till we had the master plan in. So for you to wait till the master plan come in, then all of a sudden you're opposing this big building. So it feels like we're down in the bottom, but we have this high extremity over top, you know, overshadowed, and it makes it dark, and the shadowing, you know, the Standards is already shadowing, you know, West Haven, so we really don't have too much sunlight, you know, so that plays a big part. Then we're already down, like I say, we're deep down, so imagine all that water, you know, even though they're fixing it, but it's a lot of water drain. You know, it's a lot of stuff that is down in that bottom that people really haven't saw. You know, that we're just now as a community, after being built in 1950, we're just now getting into redevelopment. But I felt it harmful for them to just bring this plan after our master plan goes in. So I just hope y'all have a good thought on, you know, when y'all make y'all's decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? We good? All right, thank you. Now let's, if the applicant wants to come back up, and we can talk about the architecture of the building and its impacts.
Maybe Ms. Richardson can put the talking points back up.
That'd be helpful.
Julie, would you like the full list from the staff report or just the slide with the materials and the returns?
The slide would be
Just those-
helpful.
Yeah.
I think this is, you know, obviously there's a lot of feelings around this project. I think that, I know that a lot of y'all were in the room with me a few weeks ago at the city council meeting. We were discussing another large project. I think the tenor of the city council from that meeting is supportive of growth and adding more buildings in the city. And so I think that ultimately something's going to get built here. I think the goal is to try and all work together to try and find something that the city can be proud of and the various communities within the city can be proud of. So just prefacing that, and I think that, you know, if we can try and stick to our guidelines and review this based on what we see in front of us as best we can is the best we can do. So I think we just rattled down the list. I'll start really quickly by just saying that I appreciate the reduction in height that y'all have done. I think some of the brick details y'all have done on the corbelling at the top of the base of the building is handsome. I would like to see something similar at the top of the building, like a cornice feature. I think it maybe not on every single portion of the building, but the corner that's closest to the bridge and the train track seems like it could have a cornice there that would give that some prominence. So that's just my thoughts on some brick details, but I'll open it up to the BAR to jump in. Go ahead, Carl.
Sure. All right. I guess since we got to be quick, and because there's going to be more discussion between you guys in the neighborhood, hopefully, and this is a preliminary discussion, I'm going to focus on some of the things I think are working on this. I think the West Main Street facade is much more successful than you had before. The massing of it, the way you've broken it down into kind of 3 or 3.5 large chunks versus some of the other projects have been a repetitive system of breaking down, and it ends up being just a big long building. I think your massing breaks it down nicely into recognizable pieces. I guess that it seems to work out better. The brick base is great. The material palette, fiber cement I still always am leery of. I worry about, it doesn't age well. It mildews. I don't know if you guys are using the James Hardie stuff or if you're gonna find some other type of fiber cement with a better finish on it. Something that might last a little longer and age a little bit better would be much preferable, especially since it seems like everything facing West Haven is going to be this fiber cement material. In terms of other massing, I do appreciate the fact that on the back, it's not a flat wall. It is, there's insets, there's, you know, it's broken down quite a bit and then it steps back. So moves like that are helping. You have trees back there on the site plan that appear to just be small shrubs and little tiny trees, if according to the label. I don't know what type of utilities you have back there, but if there's a way to get some larger trees, I think that will help with any sort of, provide some additional buffer between your building and the neighborhood. Your renderings show a lot of depth in the, well, you mentioned, you call it a faux brick veneer. So I'm assuming it's thin brick. There's a lot of depth going on. Are we actually going to get that depth, or is this just kind of pretty pictures that we're looking at? So it would be great if you guys could provide that. If what you end up with looks like the renderings, I think that'd be very successful. Obviously, you need to screen the parking lot lights. I think you're aware of that. I really appreciate the alignment. I don't know, it looks like West Haven's plan changed their alignment of their walkway. However that coordination is happening, I do appreciate how that works out. It seems like it could potentially become a very good link between West Haven, West Main, and 10th and Page, you know, tying all three together. I'm not sure how West Haven feels about having 10th and Page using that walkway to get to West Main Street, but it does feel like it integrates it more. You like it? It seems to be working very well in plan. No vinyl windows, or convince us that they're good, but I think it's gonna be a really steep road. And rooftop screening is required by zoning. So I saw your note on your roof plan. You do need to provide something, so come up with something. That's it.
Thank you, Carl.
Tried to be quick.
You're great. Ron, you got any thoughts, feelings?
Largely, I think it's a much improved design as well. Much what Carl said, I would agree with. I appreciate the fact they've reduced the height and that they're trying to respond to the community concerns about that. To the extent that we're supposed to consider whether it fits in its context, the fact of the matter is it's on West Main Street, and West Main Street already is designated for buildings of this size or larger, and I think that it fits the context, and that we should take that definitely into consideration. There are not any particular concerns with regard to, I believe at one point we were supposed to maintain Charlottesville's automotive heritage because there used to be a lot of garages along that street. I think that this will actually fit in that context. And in agreement with the City Council's ruling, I actually think that ultimately more housing means more housing leads to lower prices for other people's housing. If you restrict the amount of housing, then there's nothing to do but go up or move to Greene County, and that's not what we want people to do. We want people to stay here in town. Anyway, those are my thoughts on the building.
Great, thank you, Ron. Sherry?
I have no further thoughts other than what's been expressed so far.
Okay. David?
Come
up to the mic.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So I want to just second what everybody's said so far. I think the design's been improved significantly, just from a massing standpoint, from the different perspectives that you showed. I think there's a much more attention has been paid to how to activate the street, and so certainly encouraged that just after our one meeting that those comments have been heard and and responded to in some way, shape, or form. I'm really interested in the memory walk, and I think it's a big opportunity. Obviously, there's been a lot of communication about it tonight. If we had the opportunity to ask questions, I'd be interested in hearing what the process of community engagement is moving forward, because from your, what you've communicated and what you've expressed, that's a serious interest, which everybody, I think, should be encouraged by. I'm just, I think that there was an improvement from the previous plans, the sort of straight connection out to the main street. I know I'd probably share some of the concerns, however, with a number of the people's comments, and that, is this going to feel too much like a canyon? Where is the memory in this walk? And I think that could come, with a very substantial conversation that your group is suggesting, and I think that's a very positive place to be here in the beginning. A lot of us haven't seen any of these plans, but this is a preliminary meeting, so I hope that the fact that we're having a preliminary meeting and everybody can hear what's going on will be a good springboard for future conversations and ability to make this better. The other things I want to say is that I tend to agree with Carl on the materiality, no vinyl windows. This is a big building, and I also agree with the cement board. I mean, I always think of cement board as being, kind of appropriate for 2, 3, maybe 4-story buildings, but this is a big building, and if you look at the history of our civic architecture, and you get to a big building, let's be proud of it and try to, use substantial materials that aren't going to age in 20 years. And then as far as the height goes, I tend to agree with Ron in that, Main Street is, if there's a place to, build density, that's an obvious place to do it. We may differ as we move back certain blocks, but that's a very obvious corridor, and the comparison to the scale of what's been going there is similar. So it's hard for us as a group that's comparing, scales of building, basically given to us by the city zoning, to say that this is out of scale. On the other hand, we've also heard, concerns of darkness and, what the height creates. And, probably the biggest thing is the lack of sun in the surrounding neighborhood. So I would like to really see some intensive sun studies and solar studies, not only how these different heights and masses are affecting what's happening behind it, but how it is also affecting the potential location and the size of the walk and the access for the residents.
Sun study was on the top of my list too. I think sharing that with the residents would be really beneficial to help people understand how shadows will move across the site. I think I've also agree that I commend you that you've brought down the height of the building significantly, and the design is better. So I think that is great to see. Just looking at your plan, I'm noting you've given yourself a really big challenge, and that there is vehicular movement around 4 sides of your building and pedestrian movement around 4 sides of your building. And I wonder if if you had the ability, and I don't know, the details and particulars of your site plan, but if you were to shift start over. This comes down to the memory walk, and the kind of doubling of pedestrians and vehicular movement on that space feels a little bit inappropriate or like difficult. Is it possible to shift vehicular to the east side of the building?
So, great question.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why the memory walk was on the other side to begin with, there's a lot of topo. There's about 6 feet of grade change as you go towards the bridge, and city staff won't allow another curb cut right there at the bridge. So you can't enter vehicles on that side. So part of the reasons why we really struggled coming back here, why it took so long, is because I knew, one, I didn't want to present that to the community, but once theirs had to move over, like, if you want it aligned, there's nowhere else for cars to get into the building. So it's kind of an impossible design challenge. I'm with you, I'm with the community. I don't want cars right there, and your city staff can tell you, we already had a call with them to try to figure out the logistics of how to make this work the minute we saw West Haven's plan with it relocated over there. It's a design challenge, and vehicles only enter on that one side. They don't traverse all the way around. The driveway is for a access for the cell tower. That has to remain there. So it's not on a daily basis.
I see, okay. In that, I understand that design challenge, that's difficult for sure. I wonder if, maybe just to consider, is there a way to expand the memory walk to the front of the building as well? Like,
that's what the plaza is meant to be.
Okay.
So I intentionally, right or wrong, did not put any markers or anything in those renderings, because if you do, not the right marker. If you don't, it suggests that it's not public space. But on the record, my intent is the whole reason for setting that back is to give prominence to the walkway so that you can also increase the prominence of the Drury Bridge sign that's there as well. Because right now it's just a small plaque. So my intent is working with the community so that we can get that to an appropriate scale within the plaza that we're creating.
I see. I think that would be great to see a sort of expanded memory walk that's not just about an axis, but something that wraps and extends and connects the bridge. I think that's a great
the goal.
intention.
I just don't want to say what it looks like, and that's not evading. That's trying to be open to your feedback and the community's feedback and what it needs to look like.
I see. Maybe when we see it next time, there could be a diagram showing sort of the extent of that sort of future designed community
I think we
design
could make
space.
meaningful progress. The community has been very open. So I will get them the drawings, and we can have a little bit of a working session to at least identify areas and concepts for the time we come back.
And I think they're I think they're also, just to speak to the community about the kind of 8-story building chasm or some, I think a space like that could be very dramatic and interesting and beautiful if it's designed well. So I'm open to and excited to see what you all come back with.
And there's actually, I don't think we've really talked about it, but there's a really interesting space that's created between the standard R building and the 2 West Haven buildings that's meant to be a gathering space. It's really open. It's right outside of my understanding of the community center. I could be wrong, or the Women's Health Center. But the idea is dedicating that space as a stopping point, not just the end, but as a stopping point and a moment of visual interest from that widened sidewalk connection across Main as well. I think Mohammed mentioned that was slightly off to the right. That's because there's already a curb cut there to get to standard. My goal is to widen that about 50 feet so that even as cars are coming in, you still have a striped pedestrian lane, hopefully signalized, hopefully raised. We've got to work through fire with that, but that's the next step after this, assuming that everybody's on board with those concepts. Let's go figure out if we can make them reality.
Okay. I will say I'm a little concerned about the sort of trash door, utility door, garage door, that facade is a little concerning. Yeah.
Okay, we'll need to work on that.
Into just a little bit of nitty-gritty stuff. I'm sorry I'm taking so long, folks. The window details look a little flat. If you could recess the windows a few inches, I think we've required on other projects. Right now, it appears that the windows and the fiber cement are sort of coplanar. We generally like to see that sort of a little bit more relief there.
I think that's something we can look at, but one clarifying question, just as I think about everything together.
Yeah.
I've heard the depth conversation, I agree with that. I've heard the vinyl window. I've heard the hardy. All of these are things that are absolutely contributing to the viability of the project. So I would just ask if we could consider everything when we come back. Of course, everybody give comments now, we welcome them. If we could consider everything as a whole, like specifically on the vinyl windows, is that just on the Main Street facade? Is that on West Haven's facade? Or is that absolutely a deal breaker to go around the whole building? Same thing on the fiber cement. I would just ask that we try to think about the entire project inclusive of what I'm hoping you'll hear in terms of community benefits agreement in June, in terms of financial viability of the project. Does that make sense?
I can't guarantee that.
I understand.
And that's all I've got, thanks.
I'm lucky I get to go last. I'm not an architect. I appreciate your taking the effort to meet with the community and work that way. I appreciate the reduction in the height and the setbacks. I think that's all great. I really commend my other bar members for their thoughtful and appropriate comments, and I would like to second it and hope that you can come back and work with your community and come back with something that the community and you are happy with, and that we can work as a bar to get you a successful project.
All righty. Thank you guys for your time and your presentation. Thank everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you all so much for actively participating in this project review, or preliminary discussion, excuse me.
All right, Mr. Chair, hang on, Mohammed, Brittany, I just want to make sure because these questions come back to me.
Okay.
So I want to be really clear. The Memory Walk is a community project that they'll be working on, and you wish to see where they are establishing an area that will be for that, but they can't, I told them not to plan to bring back a design. That's not what will be, is that understood?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
So Water Street Studio couldn't prepare it?
Well, it's a community-driven design, and they haven't.
Well, no, I understand.
Yeah.
So what is the timeline?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's all a function of.
That they wouldn't bring it back for next one?
Well, there's no way.
We don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're not going to have a project. I just want to make sure this thing's, it's, when it comes back, and if they turn something around and want us to review something in June, and you all aren't asking them for the design of the memorial wall. So, because I'm advising them to, that is a process of which they're going to go through with the community.
Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, the
It's not coming back as a design that
challenge
you're
is
going to see.
how can we separate the memory walk out from the building?
I want to make sure I
In a
understand
nutshell.
that before they leave tonight.
I think they could define an area in plan and in elevation on the building where that will take place. And
It
in
will
the
come back
landscape
to us though,
plan.
won't it?
This
It's
is
an
where,
exterior-
when you talk about things that you go and engage with the community, and say, we're going to design, let's take a park, let's take Court Square Park. There's someday it'll happen, but there will be a robust community input of the design of that park. It would be strange the BAR would say, no, we don't like what the community's come up with the design of that park. So there's a.
Good point.
So that's why I'm trying to the benefit of the community and the benefit of the applicant, manage some expectations here. That the design that will come to you, for example, they're talking with the city manager's office about somehow shifting the crossing in West Main and doing some things there. That's not in our purview. And I said, leave that out, because I don't want you all, June and July, when you're looking at a design, to be asked to referee
No.
their relationship with the neighborhood on a promised design for a memorial space. That's what I'm trying to tease apart here. Because I also, and I know you all had said only so many minutes on this tonight, but I think because of what I have to do with this next, I want to really clearly understand you all. I did not hear from, I heard appreciation for the height. I did not hear a request to lower the building further. And I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on that. And materiality, I agree, and I shared that with them about, the concerns about, vinyl windows, but prove it, don't, and Carl, some of the wall section questions you've raised.
The solar study.
Solar study, sun and shade study, and that's actually something I think we should request to see more often.
Yes.
All right, good.
I guess I have a question
Yeah,
about that.
please.
My last question with the applicants seemed to suggest that the entire landscape was fair game for the memory walk. So I
don't know.
More or less, like the front, side, and back of the building.
It's possible.
So are
and
we not reviewing landscape at that point?
Landscaping, they can't come in and just say, it can't be white on the map and say something will happen here in the future. It must be a complete building. So if it's a walkway with some plantings along it and it's a driveway that meets our guidelines for a paved surface, then that may well be appropriate. And then it's on them to then fill in that space with additional things for the memory walk. But
Like the content of the memory walk isn't under our purview, per se.
I'm trying to keep it, I'm trying to
Signs or
at least.
But it's an exterior.
We have signs
element.
and markers and things.
Oh, no, wayfinding, but, wayfinding is under.
Nothing would stop them from having a placeholder design.
That's
That
right.
they then
Right.
revise by
Yeah.
COA if they have to,
That's
right?
right. They could,
They'll have to clearly mark on the drawing so the public doesn't get upset that this is a placeholder to be reviewed. But we do need to approve something in case
You need to approve
that
something.
review never happens. We want to make sure something goes in that's okay for a couple of years.
it's compatible.
I would much rather it be this thing's got paved surface, it's
Yeah.
got some bushes, it's got some site lighting, it's got a bench or two, and we don't talk about a memorial walk, because you all are then, if you say, oh, it's a placeholder, a COA has approved it. So you can't say, well, this design's going to come back and change. No, if they come in with a conceptual design and you approve it as the COA, then they by every right can construct that. So I'd rather this memory walk, whatever is presented, be the minimum that it needs to be to complete the drawing, to complete our review of it, and then embellishment of it at a later date. We can figure out how we treat it later, but it would allow them to continue to move forward with their
I
project.
thought that's what Carl just said.
No, Carl just,
I think that's what I was.
Yeah, I think he actually said exactly what you're describing. He used the word
Maybe.
placeholder, which you did not, but the concept, I think, was very similar in your comments.
right, if it's a placeholder and says this design is a placeholder, then that design,
Well, it needs to be something that if they never finish the communication with the neighborhood and it gets built, it needs to be okay. I don't want to end
That's
up with
what I mean.
like,
That's
yes,
exactly.
so I don't want to end up with a grass lot that we have next to the Doyle right now.
because
That's-
I'm just very concerned, and I know, again, you guys want to go home, but we have another applicant. But these are the situations that we have to deal with, and then I have to figure out how to come back and communicate with you all, so we're doing that tonight.
Fine, we could by
Are you
right.
expecting them to come back with another
I wanna make-
pre-application?
No, and I want to
When they
make sure.
come back, it will be for a COA.
Right, I suspect so. That's my expectation. And we'll see how but I want to make sure that you all, the Board of Architectural Review, are not putting yourselves in a position where this community is counting on you to create this memorial walk, to enforce this memorial walk. And you heard reference tonight to this community benefits agreement. I know about it, but it's not under my purview or yours.
We understand that.
I know you didn't.
We understand the community, whatever benefits agreement is not, has nothing to do with this application.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to make clear on that.
We are bright enough to know that. And, really.
I know you are.
Jeff, we are.
I
We
just
know
wanna
what
make
our
sure
part, I think everybody on
everyone-
this board knows what their
everyone
purview
understands
is.
it. Everyone understands, because we just went with a large-scale project where there was a lot of neighborhood input. It went to city council on appeal, and you all staying in the BAO, I'm trying to keep you all, and maybe
We are staying in our lane.
I'm trying to remind you all that when.
But I do
if-
think
whatever
we have
happens,
Well, the
that we-
easy answer is for them to
Yeah.
bring us a design that meets our guidelines that
Right.
we can approve.
Correct, thank
If
you.
they want to amend
Yeah,
it
I
with
agree.
whatever
Even
the
if-
memory
even
walk
if that
looks like
process
later.
is not ended.
And if the design changes, they gotta bring it back to us.
I agree, but what I heard tonight was, I want to hear what the process is for your memory walk.
I don't know. I don't care about
We
their
didn't say
process.
that.
Yes,
We didn't say that,
Would
Jack.
you like me
The
to read the
community cares
notes?
about their
Yeah, who
process,
said
but
that?
that's
I'll read the
not on
notes.
us.
I'll read the notes.
You mean we said that?
David said it, sorry.
Okay, so it was said.
But that doesn't mean all of us.
He's
agree
interested
with
in it,
it.
and that's
All
fine,
I
but it
said-
doesn't,
all I
doesn't
said-
impact our
I don't know if I said
decision-making.
that. I guess you'll have to go back. But my intention,
Say something like that.
my intention was, I'm just interested in seeing what comes back to us. This is a pre-application meeting, right? There's no decisions being made.
No.
The applicant made the statement that their intention is to go work with the community. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the design is. That's all I said.
If they came back and said that they definitely wanted vinyl windows, and it's a COA, and we say no, are we going to deny the whole
Not necessarily,
application?
that can be
We'll
a
worry about
condition
that
of our,
when that happens.
that could be a condition of our COAs, that we're
Okay.
approving it without the vinyl windows. Like,
Okay.
we can alter that.
Yeah,
I
it's
think-
just, it's the content of their application, and I would make sure it's like, that was the goal, and I think 99% there. It's just the thing about the memory walk has me a little, I just want to make sure that and I think the conversation, I feel better about it. We'll see what happens when an application comes back, but I think you all, just my recommendation is that let's be really careful that we separate these things that are going to be going on with the community that the applicant is going to do, and then what you all will be looking at as far as the design that's reviewable for a COA. That's all. I'm not trying to make your lives difficult. I'm just trying to avoid a little bit of what we went through, where we had 4 meetings on a project on 7th Street, and ultimately, I ended up denying that. So if this is the second meeting we've had on that, we had the opportunity tonight to say, if you all wished, sorry, this thing's just not going to fly. I didn't hear that.
I think there's 2 different scenarios. The
Yeah.
project we just had reviewed and overturned by city council was directly impacting small individually protected properties. I think Mr. Bailey put it right in saying that West Main is designated for buildings this size, and this building fits within the context of the West Main Historic District. So I haven't heard anything tonight to suggest that anybody has intentions on denying this application when it comes before us due to the size of the building. I've heard a lot of people say they appreciated the applicant reducing the size of the building from what we saw last August. I'll echo that again. Thank you, guys. I think you did a nice job in reducing the size of the building. I think that they need to bring something to us. I'm just gonna call it the walkway between West Main and
Fine
West
with me.
Haven needs to be compatible and acceptable to our guidelines, and that's it. If it gets further developed as a memory walk, then
Thank you.
it may need to come back to us, but, we'll see when that happens. I think something needs to come to us that we can approve. Right?
Yeah, it's up to them.
I mean, I think we should also, we need to review it as a walkway, people are walking
yes. Oh, yes.
through this, and it
Yes.
should be
Yes.
well lit, and the materials need to be appropriate, and it needs to accommodate people and vehicles. It's tricky.
Exactly.
If that's what it's doing,
That's right. It
do
needs to
that.
be, what they bring back needs to be something that we could approve, that if that's all they build, that we would,
That's correct.
put our, yes,
That's correct.
that was my point. Thank you, Kate.
Frank, I'm sorry, we're done with comments, but when this comes back for the COA, you'll have a chance to speak at that time.
I just wanted to, what was the space allotted for the walkway?
That's-
That was brought up by you.
Yeah, it'll come back, so. All right. Any more last thoughts? I think we're good. I'd like to move along. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. I know this took a lot of time for people to pull together, so thank you all. Does anyone need a break?
No.
Okay. Then we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is preliminary discussion for 528 and 526 Valley Road.
All right, I'll fly through this real quick to get you teed up on this. You looked at it back in February. There was a conversation about 528, which is the brick house here at the I call it the lower end where Valley Road curves. And there, we looked at we looked at 3 buildings that were proposed on that lot. This change now incorporates, and you all only commented on those 3 buildings are now 2. It's still the building in front of and to the west of the historic house and to the rear of it. And what we're also now looking at as part of just this discussion piece is a proposed building at the rear of 526 Valley Road. Now, oddly enough, that's still considered contributing, although it was, I think, somewhat been worked on a bit at 526. But, and we're bringing this to you as just for one conversation, but my intent, and it doesn't necessarily affect where you are going, but I just want to be clear, it's 2 projects. It's 2 separate parcels. If, for example, you all decided you love what's behind 526 at a later date, but 528 just doesn't pass muster, well, you can deny that COA and approve a COA for 526. So by separating them out at a later date, keeps things a little simpler for us. But, you know, you are welcome to look at this as a development. You're welcome to look at these individually. And where staff is falling on with this one is that, and what is now, so there were 3 buildings on 528, there's now 2. The 3rd building is the one behind 526. So 1, 2, and 3.
They're not proposing this is one project?
At this point in time, you're just looking at this as, does it fit on this historic district?
Yeah.
It may, you may review it, all right, like Ridge Street, where we had those 2 townhouses right next to each other. They were on one parcel. We looked at them as one project. They'll probably, when it comes back to you, be 2 separate parcels. It keeps things simple. But for your comments today, do these buildings as proposed, are they appropriate in this historic district? And where we've kind of, you know, our evaluation relative to the guidelines is, you know, the building behind 526, you know, it's behind the building, it's somewhat subordinate to an unusual building. The building number 2, which is to the rear of the brick building at 528, I mean, architecturally, I don't love it, but, you know, spatially, mass-wise, location, it's subordinate, if you will, to the building at 528. It really comes down to what's going on with building number 1, which you all spent a lot of time talking about at the last meeting. It is, it's spatially, it doesn't, it crowds out 528. It doesn't fit there. I'm not saying a building can't go there, but it just does not follow what the recommendations are as far as the location of that building relative to this, setting it back further so that you have some continuity in that spacing from the street. And so that's the primary issue we have with that. There's certainly some details and things that you all can, as you said, you guys, you know your job, you know the guidelines, but that's where staff stands, is I think that the positioning of building number 1 really needs a lot of attention. And then, you know, it's otherwise it's a similar conversation to any other pre-app. What you certainly can give your feelings about the space, the design, the building. You offered some comments earlier, but if there are any details or any information about materiality, you can certainly request that. You're not necessarily making a decision tonight, but I think we can offer some feedback, again, that provides the applicant how to get to a complete application. And with that, do you have anything for me?
Is your concern with the building number 1?
It's not my concern is that does not meet the design guidelines relative to the spacing and the setback. The guidelines are recommendations. You all can certainly, they're flexible, but for me, making a recommendation based on the guidelines, that building is just out of character with 528. And in my opinion, 528 is probably one of the more interesting buildings on that stretch of Valley Road. So I feel like it does, per the guidelines, encroach on that historic structure, and it's out of character with the spacing on the street.
Those are opinions of staff? Are you trying to
No.
persuade us with your opinion? I'm not
No,
understanding
well,
where we are.
Well, I'll
Are we-
read from your guidelines. Setbacks, within 20% of the setback of a majority of the neighborhood dwellings. The median front setback, this is on that section of Valley Road, is approximately 33 feet, ranging between 14 feet and 64 feet. The recommended setback for a new building would be between 26 feet and 40 feet. The building number one setback on 528 is approximately 14 feet. That's not my opinion, that's from the guidelines. Spacing, recommended from the guidelines, within 20% of the average spacing between houses on the block. So looking at these buildings on the block, the median spacing between buildings is 46 feet, ranging from 13 feet to 100 feet. Building number one is approximately 20 feet from 528 Valley Road. So it's, the range should be between 38 and 55 based on the BAR's guidelines. So it is a little bit too close based on the guidelines, not my opinion. Massing and footprint relate to the majority of the surrounding historic dwellings. The average footprint, that's the first floor area, is approximately 926 feet. That's the average for buildings there in that section of Valley Road. They range between 558 square feet. This is all in the staff report. This is 558 square feet to 1,562 square feet. The dwelling at 528, the existing dwelling is 1,132 square feet. Building number one and building number two are both approximately 1,500 square feet. So footprint, it is in the range that's recommended within our design guidelines.
May I ask what the block, what is included in what is considered the block for your analysis?
So if you look on page 4 of the staff report, I indicate
don't have it in front of me.
the properties that I evaluated, and it is primarily that I think it's like 10 or 12 houses that are that loop in Valley Road that loops up back towards the hospital. So those seem to be
This is sort of the whole length of
correct.
Valley, that part of
That's
Valley.
not necessarily the sub-area, but it seemed to be most relevant to the evaluation. And then as far as height and width, the guidelines say keep the height and width within a maximum of 200% or 2 times the prevailing height and again prevailing width of buildings. So the prevailing height in this section I looked at is 1.5 stories. So 2 times 1.5 is 3. The buildings are all proposed at 3 stories, so it's within that recommendation in the guidelines. The width, the average width of buildings is approximately 36 feet. They range between 28 feet and 68 feet. So per the guidelines, 200% of that average is 36. The maximum width of a building should be 72 feet. Building 1 is 60 feet wide, building 2 is 80 feet wide, so they are a little bit larger, but certainly building number 1 is within that range of the recommended maximum width per the design guidelines. So, and then the characteristics in the building, they're medium, the styles, mostly the majority of them are Cape Cod or Colonial Revival cottage style. 9 of them are brick. That's a wide majority of the building. That's the materiality of these. So that's where the design guidelines fall. And yes, in staff's opinion, the proposal for building number 1 is not consistent with the design guidelines.
All right.
Thank you.
Is the applicant, do y'all want to give a presentation? Thank y'all for your patience tonight.
Hey everyone, it's been a long night, so I'll keep this brief. We did not have the finalized site plan before we were doing these renderings. So I do want to clarify on building 1, it is not parallel to the road, it's canted back. So we did try and break down the massing from the initial application and create that repetitive arched entry that's sort of respecting but not trying to repeat what's going on with the existing building on 526. But that building that's looked at here, I think Julia has the updated plan, so this is really hard to see, but the the parallel line is here, the road is going here, so it does step back a little bit, opening up to where the existing building is.
Could you show
Also,
that with them?
Yeah, do you mind just passing that around?
absolutely, yeah. Also, to speak a little bit about the setback on that road, there are a couple of houses, at least 2, if not 3, that are set substantially back, and that's because they're across a bridge from a stream to get to the parcel. So in my opinion, they don't relate as strongly to what's going on here because they are set so far back across that stream, across a bridge. So we are trying to set within the zoning guidelines to keep that building set close to the street but open it up towards that existing.
And did you want to speak to the other buildings at all, or?
Yeah, I mean, we did revise our aesthetic goals here. Our team looked at some of the architectural elements along the street, again, trying to do an arch entry that pays homage to the existing house without replicating it, adding some shutters, some gables, really relating a little bit more to some of those elements that we saw. And we pulled a color from a couple of other houses up the street that I think I included in the package.
All right, well, is that all you have for it, like a presentation? Okay,
Yeah, I
that's
don't have a
fine.
formal
We'll get into it in a
presentation.
minute.
It's just a preliminary application, so just trying to.
Yep, that's fine. I guess just to respect our process, is there any public comment or question? Really?
No one online.
Brittany? You're a member of the public. Okay, so I think we can just go ahead and jump in then. I agree. I do think some of the architectural detailing that you've picked up on in the.
Still floating around?
Sorry, what?
It's coming in the
So
site
it's-
plan.
They're looking at it.
Sorry.
It'll be helpful for us to see that in your renderings, how you've pushed this back against the
Absolutely.
back line, which is something we talked about at the last
Yeah.
meeting. It'll be interesting to see what that impact is. I wish the taller side could be on the plan left, but I don't know if you've got the room for it.
Yeah, we really
Right.
did play around a lot
Yeah.
with the footprint there and really shoehorning.
Yeah, but
things in.
the site plan you're showing here, I think if I recall, my comments in particular was to try and align it with that back parcel line.
Yes.
And I do like, the addition of shutters and some more traditional building elements. I think it fits with the neighborhood. It's a big improvement from what you showed us last time with sort of, why is there a window straddling floors and, things like that. So I appreciate that. I do think that that particular, 528 Valley Road is, a little architectural gem, especially with that arcaded front. 526, I think the damage has already been done on that property, so not much to do there. But I think Jeff's identified that the main focus is building 1 and how it impacts 528. So seeing the new rendering with the adjusted site plan is going to be really helpful. But open it up to everybody for comments and questions.
different.
Sorry, I may have missed it. Why is the site plan different than this rendering?
We just were behind.
Okay, okay.
Apologies on that
I
one.
didn't
Make
know
sure
if
they
there
have
had
it for their
been a
application.
chain, if this had been done and then you reversed it, or where we were. Thank you.
That way.
Yeah. So here's.
I'll just say in general, you responded to a lot of our comments from the last time you were here, which I really appreciate, especially with regard to building one. I hear what staff has said. Maybe other members have a comment. It sounds like staff would want us to completely disapprove that building, and I didn't think that was the sentiment expressed by the majority of us last time. In fact, I don't remember anybody saying that they wanted the building to go away. But, you know, hearing staff's analysis, that is important to us. I don't find that it encroaches on the historic building if the positioning is such as like the site plan. That's what we were encouraging you to do. In the historic, is it 528? Sorry, late, 526.
That's 528.
Thank you, 528. It's not got much setback from the street itself. I mean, and so, and I know that's not the yardstick by which we look, but it no longer looks like it's sitting in its front yard, which it did the last time you were here. So thank you for that. I have no objection to 526, and the detailing of the larger building of 528 is much improved over what we saw. So thank you.
Thank you.
And remind me, are these 3-story buildings?
They are.
It's something to maybe just look at, and as you're preparing for your COA, just kind of curious on building 1, obviously adjusted on the site plan. Any thought to like stepping down just the column that's right next to 528, maybe taking that down off floor? I don't know, just trying to reduce kind of the overshadowing of the existing building. Might be worth a look.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'd follow my sword per se, but just go through the exercise.
Can I make a comment?
Please.
So I appreciate what you're showing on the site plan. I do want to see it in 3D because I'm not sure I buy it yet.
Oh, yeah.
So the exterior decoration, for lack of a better word, it's better. It still reads, and I'm thinking more of building 1 because that is probably I think the most important to us because it's up on the street. To me, it still reads as one large building, and I don't know if there's a way to make it look more like 2 large duplexes that are put together. Because the way that the colors are broken down, I mean, it's not breaking down the massing. You've got multiple colors on there. You have multiple window types, and you're messing around with it's kind of a fake roof on the front. It doesn't do anything to break the massing down at all and make it look like less of one large building. So I don't know if there's a way to, I mean, I think the roof line, playing with that might help a little more, as opposed to just what you've got there really is just a fake little piece that doesn't mean anything, but if it did actually hip back or something, maybe that would help a little bit. There's kind of a large amount of blank area, which I know is common on a residential house, but it feels especially large on this. So I don't know if maybe it's just because it's such a big building with little windows that something about the scale of it is not reading residential. It's reading kind of like hotel that wants to look residential. I don't mean that, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it is, you have a very flat box, and even though there's an L shape to it, all of these they're very flat, and you just kind of played around with the facade a little bit. And I don't know if there's some way to add some more depth somehow. I know that's money, but I don't know, some way to break them down so they don't look like single buildings with different colors on them, but more like maybe the left side is all blue and the right side is all beige, or I don't know, there's some way to make it so it looks more like it's two buildings that are put together, or three, I don't know. It does need some extra detail, so I understand the wanting to put the shutters on there, but if you're gonna use shutters, just make sure they are sized so that they would, if they were to shut, they'd cover the windows, and not get, the hollow plastic ones from Lowe's. Not that you would, but just that, I don't know what's coming up next. So yeah, that's my ramble through that. I mean, I'd love to see similar principles as I've talked about applied to building 2 and 3 as well. But definitely building 1 is the one that I think I'm most worried about. And yeah, as James said, if you can, maybe you can cut down the massing a little bit on part of it, so it's, one of it's 2 stories and 3 stories or something. Maybe that would help. I don't know. I know that would kill some bedrooms, but-
Basically, I understand the problem with building 1 or the possible problem with building 1, but in general, I want to say that the design is a vast improvement over the one we saw in February, which was frankly a mess. But depending on how, again, this might look, I think it actually would fit in the neighborhood, given the way it is. So I just want to commend you for making the effort to do this, and I look forward to seeing the project. And y'all responding to the more architecturally adept folks on the panel.
Additional feedback? Jerry, jump in.
Yeah, to me, it looks still a little crowded. And I don't know if you can take building 1 and maybe if it was just 2 stories, I think that would do it. But that, of course, takes a lot of financial consideration in there. And I too would like to see that thing in a 3D rendering to have a better
Absolutely.
feel of how it could do, and if you can do something to make it feel less crowded, a little less mass there.
Okay.
I'd agree with you, Jerry. I think it's a little crowded feeling. I also agree with Mr. Schwartz and his comments about the kind of decorative application, or the kind of decorative roof on the front. And it looks good in elevation, I'd say, but once we get into 3D, it feels very applied, and agree that if there's room to push and pull on the front facade a little bit, foot here, foot there, 6 inches, something to give us a little shadow line, I think that would help a lot. And I agree. I think we'll have to see the site plan and the renderings matching. And then the comments about the materiality. What were we looking at? The windows? Can you remind me what the windows are again?
So they're fiberglass, double fold window.
Fiberglass. I think we've approved fiberglass windows before, but.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's all I have tonight, thanks.
I didn't see it the last time, so I don't have much to compare to, but I agree with Jerry's comment, and I guess crowding feels like a real issue to me. Just not only the front one on the street that everybody's referring to, but even the back one, the way that corner, you can really see it on the site plan, the way it like cuts into the comes so close to the old house. And so like crowding, and then I think like disjointedness is another thing. If there's something, and I know a lot of this has to do with just the you know, the forms of the parcels and everything, but there's just like, I want like some sort of some kind of consistency with the, you know, the way the existing houses are laid out and the way these are laid out, some relationship, you know, and I think somebody had mentioned a massing on the front house, you know, maybe a massing that gets a little bit more in line with the existing house would help, along with, you know, seeing the new orientation of it. And then I don't know if we'll just, I'm not trying to suggest anything, but just using that as an example, if you were to find a massing relationship, then how does that relate to the house or the structure behind that, you know, and finding some kind of relationship there, maybe finding a relationship with the way that the houses lay out.
I think the massing is difficult trying to preserve the two existing houses, instead of the developer raising those and doing what zoning has allowed back there. So I think that's what creates a lot of this disjointedness, is trying to keep the existing houses and still get the density allowed by zoning.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Have y'all explored demoing 528?
We talked about this last time.
Did we?
26, do you mean?
26. The ugly one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know that those
asked it
financial
last time.
calculations have been run by the developer, but I will pose the question.
Because I don't know.
Are you guys using them for a bonus density?
Not on that, not on 526.
Okay.
Or not on either one? Yeah, not on either one.
I made that suggestion at the last meeting, if you remember, towards the end of our comments.
It's not a bad one to consider, you know, to sort of create a more consistent layout. Especially, you know, if you were to pick one of those, the one obviously
526.
is a little bit of an odd duck. Yeah.
And maybe you do a new L-shaped building at 526. If you demolish the front one, you can turn.
And then in lieu of that, could you get rid of building number 1 entirely?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that could become park space or something, you know. amenity
You've got a
space.
deeper lot too. I'm sure you've considered these things, but
Yeah, I would prefer just, you know, it seems like looking at it from the guise of the guidelines, I think I could almost imagine a sort of a single, if you cleared the slate there and in other words, remove that one house, then that gives you maybe some room to work with to create something, a singular unit that is more appropriate in a way in its variations than the spattering of, you know, the three houses together, and you accomplish the same, you know, density and what you're trying, the kind of numbers you're trying to bring to it.
Okay.
What's the max height that you could go in the back building?
What's the max height in the,
What could you go?
oh,
I think it's three stories.
Oh, it's okay.
I think, yeah.
There's one thing, because I was just curious, but thank you, Mr. Senior, for saying it would make sense to do that. Couple thoughts on what you all said just while you're, and I know maybe more, but one, if they did shutters, we would want them to be operable, even though they would not be operable, they would have to have operable hardware. They couldn't be bolted to the side, which raises the wonderful question of which way would we turn the, so we'll get to that. But yes, if you did shutters, we would want them to have operable hardware, even if they were still anchored in place. I would offer that on the other side of the railroad from here on Brandon Avenue, there were these really cool 3- and 4-story brick apartments that, you know, look like that, and UVA knocked them all down. But I mean, if somebody came in and proposed something like that, we'd be, I mean, there's a picture that Kate and I hung up on the wall outside of our office saying, oh, look, this is the missing middle, here's what it is. So we have the models out there, wish we could look at them. So then I want to make sure that you all with a project like this, we're also dealing with meter boxes, the mechanical boxes, utility boxes, even with the box theme mailboxes. So there are site elements here that we often miss. Where are the mechanical units going to be and how will they be screened? And so I don't want to lose sight of that. And I'm saying, you have to say, show it here, but that's one of the things when you, particularly some projects when you walk down past C&O Road, there's all those apartments. Now, it's not under our purview, but you see there's like literally right in front of the entrance are utility meters and transformer boxes and mechanical units right there. So I think that needs to be some attention paid to that and where those things are located.
Yeah, we'd love to have it, once you get your final design, to have a designation of those, where they're gonna reside, because it does make a difference.
And do you need a fire hydrant?
No, we're using the existing hydrant across the street.
Okay.
I have one other comment. I'll just throw this out, and I'm not a design professional, so the architects on the board, but if Ms. Richardson could go to that, the aerial. So it seems like building number 1, the gabling, and I don't know whether you did that, I'll call it a front to back gable, to mimic the actual gabled windows on the historic house, or just to divide up the volumes, but it feels like that gable is fighting the other buildings. Like I really want I want for all of the buildings have a gabled roof side to side, and I maybe I have a fondness for like the old garden style apartment complexes, but there is a comfort, and I mean there would be a cohesiveness in having all of the roof styles the same. Now, of course, nobody's going to look at the vantage point that we have, but I would say if you end up having to retain building 1 and figuring out how it can be there, I wouldn't be, and I know this is opposed to what we said before, but I wouldn't be troubled if you had one continuous end-to-end gable and got rid of the front to back gable. I feel like it's fighting with a historic structure, and it does make it appear more prominent, proud of that, like peering over the historic structure, whereas an open gable on that side may not seem to be fighting with it. But it's just really, it just looks like some garden style apartments, and both of the existing buildings have the same type of gabled roof. The other 2 ones in the back that you've designed, even though they have peaks, I would call them, still have that style. Anyway, that's actually 520. The new one on 526 does not. So I'll withdraw that. Anyway.
This is what building 1 used to look like.
Yes. Yeah. It was like a shed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. There could be a comfort in the continuity. I wouldn't want for all the buildings to look exactly alike or mimic each other, or the new ones, faux historicism to reflect the old ones, but it may just calm the conflict down by using a somewhat unified type of roof, going in the same direction on the buildings. That's just my observation. I'd be wrong.
That's a good point, and maybe even also look at like just different roof slopes to sort of tie into some of the precedents on the street. Those are very kind of shallow, maybe that's another sort of tool you could use.
There's a point that you all raised in the last discussion about this, was to use, as Ms. Lewis is saying, sort of the hip roof, but with dormers to sort of
to create, yeah. And she has. So I'm contradicting my earlier comments for sure.
But like actual, dormers.
Dormers on, instead of just a roof feature. So, I don't know.
Because that lowers the bottom line of the roof and sort of speaks to the scale that we're also talking about.
It does.
How many parking spaces did you end up with there?
None are required.
Oh.
None are required?
There are no parking requirements.
So you could design it so they could park in the front yard just like their neighbors do now?
Yeah, currently they all do.
Definitely, that's not, it has to be intact.
Oh, it's, none are required.
None are required.
Yeah, and I know we did explore dropping the roof, if possible, but these are townhouse units, they're not garden-style apartments, so it, really restricted, and these are about as minimal sized townhouses as we can get, so it really impacted the top floor.
Actually, now that you mentioned the parking, that's another thing that just has been sticking out to me, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The fact that that's sort of the center of everything. It's just a big parking lot in the middle. And also just, I don't know, I feel like there's a better way to kind of disperse the parking to kind of make it more integrated with the rest of the buildings in the context. It's a challenge,
I
but.
think y'all had worked on a couple of different parking layouts at the beginning.
Parking is where it is, because that's where the bulk of the utility pipes are, and so it's kind of not buildable area. So we couldn't really like shift any of the units into that parking area. And there are a lot of utilities on the site, so it's kind of, one of the other large constraints that we're dealing with.
Yeah, like I said, they really shoehorned these things in.
But yeah, noted, it does look kind of funny, so we can think about maybe if there's some ways to kind of soften that or somehow. We can look at it a bit more.
One thing I wanted to note before we go is just, again, it's a very challenging problem because you're keeping two very different looking buildings and then adding a third type. So you have this sort of, by definition of your problem, you're sort of have this mishmash of architectural styles. So I don't know if talked about demoing one of the buildings, if that could help with the just cohesiveness of the the project. I think that it's worth studying at least.
Yeah, I will pose the question. I will say this is developer driven, so I'm not sure that financially that's a great way forward, but I will ask the question.
The idea is that both of those houses would be rented out, right?
They are, yes. They're currently rented out by students, and so, yeah.
And Jeff, question for you, is this going to come back to us as another preliminary discussion?
I think that depends, because there's a little bit of evolution occurring on your end as well. The fact that you've looked at it twice, and this is something for a work session one day, but it's where we wanted to be careful with having continuous preliminary discussions. On a large-scale project, like an 8-story building on West Main, but I think something like this, in the interest of us in neighborhood development, keeping things moving forward, I would really encourage them to take what they've had and then if they've got some questions, they can float them to me and I can ask you, but I would prefer the next time you see this, unless something drastically changes, but I just worry we get into that, are we working towards a decision or are we just working towards redesigning? So, but that's something I would talk with the chairs about, but no, I would prefer that the next time you see this as an application.
Do you have any further questions for us?
Not right now, but I will definitely reach out to Jeff if I have any, or if our developer comes up with any.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We've got a couple staff questions and discussion. I don't think any of these will take too long, so.
Yeah, Kate had some things,
You got stuff
we
in
laugh
addition to
because
this?
it always makes perfect sense in rehearsal, but
Y'all
then you,
rehearse.
yeah. So go ahead. I mean, they were,
Yeah, so
there is a question. Actually, Jeff, do the first one, because do 1A. Sorry.
Sorry.
The rest are mine. And
Bingo.
I'll talk really fast.
I have to find 1A.
Well, I'll give it a stab since you're, okay. So in Chapter 5, Section E of our guidelines about cafe spaces, for unleased cafe spaces or when leased but not in used for prolonged periods, all elements including but not limited to furniture, railings, planters should be removed from the public right-of-way.
So this is a bit of a heads up.
So is that, sorry, just to clarify, that's how it's written now?
Yes.
Yes.
And we're not asking for any decisions, just a little bit of a heads up that there's some, for example, and James, you and I talked about the deck that was built out there. They got a building permit to build it, but they did not have a leased cafe space. So that's something on internally where we have to say, well, wait, you got a COA, but by the code that governs cafe spaces, you have to have a leased space. And it was like, well, no, it's not the cafe space, it's the deck for it. And now we only have 2 of those that have that situation, but we're going to be framing some questions as they come up about, all right, when the BAR has said, because they'll say, well, all right, let's say that cafe goes away. Does the BAR want that deck removed? We're going to have that conversation. But the other one that's coming up is that there are businesses on the mall that have inquired about using those leased spaces for almost a private type of use. I own this building, we have people in it, they would like to use that space. My response, then, well, per the code, it has to be a leased cafe space, and then what goes in that space is evaluated based on our design guidelines for cafes. But it does raise an interesting question of, well, if somebody has condominiums and they can create a cafe and then that space becomes used more as a public space associated with that residence or that business. So Kate and I just see some things coming that are going to be questions that so we've just kind of had to just put it on your radar, or if you hear someone asking about, oh yeah, the condominium wants to use it as their public space type of thing. There's pros and cons to that, but give it some thought. So that was 1A. That was, like I said, just an FYI. And then, oh yeah, your work.
Yes, so I am part of the NDS team along with a zoning counterpart who's working with economic development, Brenda Kelly, the downtown mall strategy manager, on working through the existing COAs for all the cafes on the mall. There's no decision yet or when we might actually start speaking with operators on their compatibility with the current guidelines as they were adopted in December of 2024. Gosh, 2025, whatever, 2024. And so I just wanted to let you know that we are working with everyone, and about 90% so far have been very pleasant, and it's been working well. And so we have actually adopted new cafes where operators have left and new operators are in. So we're meeting with those people first. And so far, everything's good. Everyone's been amenable to the changes and recommendations. So just wanted to provide that feedback for you. But it is working with economic development. So just know that NDS is not the primary lead. We're coordinating with other divisions and departments across the city on that. Do you all want to discuss pre-meeting discussions now?
Can I go back to 1A? I have a question. So on the construction that was done next to the old Passiflora restaurant, what's the status of that? Are they making them disassemble it?
I call it Sky Bar. That's the same.
Sky Bar,
Yeah,
whatever.
that's-
No, it was Passiflora was the last restaurant there.
Okay,
It was
okay.
called Passiflora.
That's one of those tasks within our system where things go through and who's checking what. And a COA, it's just a COA. And and they had one there, they did it, a COA had been approved for the prior deck. The question is, well, if it's not a leased cafe space, then how did it kind of get through the steps of a building permit without,
Did it get through a building permit?
yes. And
Because it was
so-
built on public property.
Well, that's
So how do you,
part-
how do you
Believe me,
get
utilities
issued?
let us know
Yeah,
that.
Del, you're getting us started.
Can you- what's it, I'm sorry, did they not check who owned the downtown mall? I mean, I'm a little troubled.
This was before Jeff. I mean, this was Mary Joy time.
No, this is just recent.
This
This is
the
just,
new deck?
two months
Yeah, the
ago.
replacement deck, so.
Yeah.
Oh, replacing what was there though, because they
Right.
had a deck for quite a while.
And then they took it up, but somebody started building, and I don't,
I don't know, it came
there
out.
is no restaurant
Right.
leased
There's no
in that
leasing
space.
it, and so it would be.
It would just be like me building a hut in the middle of the mall.
Exactly. So that's one of the things.
And somebody
where
issued a building permit for that?
Yes. So there's some
I don't
check.
remember reviewing it, but.
What's that?
I don't remember, we didn't review
You
that?
didn't?
We didn't, no,
No,
that's
we
the
did
whole
not.
thing.
They had a COA.
We walked down at the mall and looked at it.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they should only.
And they had
have done
girders
something
around
if they
it.
had a cafe space. They didn't.
Well, I'm not talking about the previous thing, I'm talking about what they did more recently.
Right.
God, man,
So they have a COA?
They
they got a building permit.
have a building permit. They have a COA. I even talked to you guys about it.
What, they have a COA?
They do. They had a COA for that. I talked to you guys about it. We can go back and revisit this as much as you want. I can't change the answer for you. They've constructed that on the mall.
Yes.
I don't know how they
mean, the
constructed it on the mall.
previous one
I
had
don't
it.
know. They received a building permit, and Kate and I had determined how that happened. We will, and it's something that at some point we want to have a conversation
Jeff, why
with
are you
all.
getting mad at us?
I am
just
mad.
have to ask this at a
I'm
public
very
meeting.
mad.
Well, I don't know.
can't answer your question other than to tell you they have a COA and they constructed it. We would like to at some point have a conversation with you about things on the mall. If you want to quiz me on why they built it or how they built it, I'm trying to explain that to you.
But a COA has to be issued by you or us. How did,
COA, things on
Was
the
it-
mall, cafe spaces are reviewed administratively. And so, and I had talked to you guys about them replacing that thing. We talked about it, there had been one there, and I talked about that cafes are reviewed administratively. So we treated it as such. Now, the fact that it was constructed without a leased cafe space is a very good question, and we are going to find out why. I don't have an answer for you. Right now, I do not.
sorry, I thought when, after the last month's meeting or the meeting, we went down and looked at it for the first time, and I thought you were learning for the first time that it was constructed. So that's why
I knew it was being
I'm really
constructed.
confused.
I didn't know it was not a leased space. I did not know, but there's
Got it.
no check in this, and this is part of the process that we're working on. But what I'm saying is there's, for example, in our guidelines, we say if a cafe space is not being used, it's guidelines, it's not, there are ways around it, but one of the principles that we adopted was if things are not being used, then those things are being removed. And we're going to have to make a consideration of, do we recommend that if something like that is not in use as a leased space, that has to be removed. I said, I'm just bringing it to your attention tonight. I'm not offering you a decision, and I frankly wish I had scratched this from the agenda. So I don't have any
I'm sorry,
more on
I'm still really confused.
I'm sure you
And
are, and I apologize, and we
do
are
you-
not going to
Are you
put
saying
anything.
the COA was issued a while ago and that's to the?
They have a COA.
And that still
They
stands?
applied for a building permit.
Got it.
The building permit was issued and it was constructed. I learned that there's no leased cafe space there, but that's not I don't review those.
Right,
I don't
right.
check
No,
to
no,
make
I'm
sure
not
someone-
blaming you, I'm just trying to understand it,
just trying-
because like,
Right.
it's kind of outrageous that it happened at all.
It, very much, and,
Wow.
but I can't fix it tonight, and I don't have an answer.
I'm not
for you.
asking you to fix it tonight, I asked because we learned about it, some of us walked down and looked at it, and I thought, surely by now the city's gonna make whoever did that, like the place in the corner that we discovered, that weird elevated sidewalk on Elliewood, that somebody just constructed overnight, anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly, and those are zoning
Sorry.
violations, and what we can do is report them, and we do not enforce. We can,
Right.
and so that's
get it.
very much, where we are on that.
Okay.
We're trying to figure out how it happened. It shouldn't have. Just like the plaque that showed up on the wall outside of the beer place that's never been finished.
Gotcha.
So so as we progress, as we wade into the pond of the mall, Kate will be have more information as we carefully and slowly interact with the cafe operators.
But otherwise, it's going well.
So on the pre-meeting situation, we have been advised, no, we've been directed that we cannot meet in the neighborhood development conference room. We have to meet in a public place.
But we're not required to meet at all.
We're not required to meet at all, but it was an opportunity for us to feed you.
Sorry.
We're not allowed to have food and drinks in here, even though we do this.
But members of the public had pizza
I
tonight.
know, and so we are exploring, as the
And I'm
planning...
not sitting through a 5-hour meeting without water.
Yeah, and the planning commission has done, or at least last week, used the downstairs...
No, we were here. I asked if we could use downstairs, and they hadn't figured that out yet.
Okay, because so I said, no pizza this week, we'll have a meeting, I apologize, we're gonna try and figure it out, but we have to, I've been directed, the BAR cannot have, if we're gonna have a pre-meeting unless, we cannot meet more than 2 of us in a room unless the public can come and sit in the meetings.
I think we just start at
Which is
5:30.
reasonable, right. So we'll start at
I agree.
5:30. What that means, though, is now we really need to be, if you've got questions, if we've got something that we can solve, get them to me or get them to the chair, because what I'd like to do is at least have the chairs show up and we can choreograph some things. Now,
Didn't we allow public in when we sat any other?
It's because it's locked.
Yeah,
door's
it's just
locked.
physically,
secured.
We've had a couple times where the buzzer has not been picked up by staff members, and that is not anyone's
I
fault.
get it.
So you can't leave it propped.
It's just a difficult space to access, yes.
Okay.
So them's the cards we've been dealt. Hopefully we'll have
So
something.
I think something that's you can't fix and it's okay. But something that would help in terms of your second point of helping organize questions or comments would be if the email reply all would work. But it doesn't. And so we can't communicate as a group ahead of the meeting, putting out there, hey guys, this is something I see an issue with. Does anybody agree or disagree? And but I mean, is that also wading into having the meeting on
It's a
email?
little bit wading
Yeah.
into that, but it's also, so you can get around the email thing by actually typing in everyone's email address. I know, it's a pain in the ass.
Can I make a suggestion? There
Against
can also
having
be a
groups or
collaborative spreadsheet in which is shared that people can access. And that is a way to drop in questions and comments without doing it via email. And that is how other boards and commissions also do shared work.
Great idea. Interesting.
So where would we find this collaborative spreadsheet?
I'm happy to make one for y'all.
is it Google Docs or what
It
is
can
it?
be whatever one you want. It could be SharePoint, it could be Google.
Slack?
I don't remember.
I don't do
So why
Okay.
don't
Just a
we
suggestion.
why don't we immediately abandon the listserv or whatever one calls it and just use our emails? I mean, we all have,
Oh, just
Right.
like type, somebody
Yeah,
needs to
just-
type out our emails.
right.
Well, I just have it in a spreadsheet. I drag and copy and paste it
Right.
when I want to send you guys something. I don't feel like dealing with the BAR
But
thing
isn't there something to be said about the BAR email address is like a public email
But
address?
they would still monitor that.
it is FOIA-able. It is FOIA-able. I love that word,
Yeah.
but it's FOIA-able. But where for some reason, when you hit reply all, it won't work.
It's a Google thing.
And
Yeah.
sometimes I
With
find
Gmail.
Carl's stuff in spam.
That's right. So I just now the risk is you guys copy, and you don't have to copy us. I mean, if it keeps it simple, you copy those 9 email addresses and paste it.
Yeah, that's all
But
we-
your spam may
Staff
still
has to be
block it.
copied on all communication.
Yeah, you should. But
Yeah,
it,
and you guys too.
but now there's 11 people on there.
Foyable.
So we might, I don't know enough about how to fix that.
But it is already because it's part of the list.
Yeah, if we're discussing BAR stuff, we can put all of our own emails in there, but we should also include the BAR email just to make sure that it goes into the city system. And then Jeff gets copied and Kate gets copied, and I'm guessing there are a number of other staff members that are on there that we don't know about.
It
No.
varies.
Not anymore?
No, I mean, honestly, the preservation email is probably the, I just want to be really careful here, because as soon as there is a listserv and anybody has a Gmail account, it will more than likely not send, it will ping back. So that is a listserv issue with Gmails.
So is,
Yes, the problem is the listserv compatibility with Gmail.
So, but when I use my Gmail and I send something new to the BAR, not a reply all, not a, like it's a brand new email, it usually goes through. It might go into spam, but it goes through. It's the reply all when
Right.
it breaks down.
But then that's how you don't maintain a
Well, that's where
conversation
you
stream.
Have to just put in the carbon
Yeah.
copy everyone.
I think I'll just see y'all at 5:30 next month. I think we just do away with the pre-meetings.
but I guess, but that's, we're saying that we would do away, if we have a more robust system of asking questions in advance, instead of saying, we'll come at 5 and then ask our questions, we wouldn't want to do away with the pre-meeting.
Isn't there a public space, like some public space that's easily accessible that we could find?
City space.
Yeah, city space.
I know.
City space.
But city space was,
thinking that too.
but city space was also, there's like a block of wood in the door. And so I don't know if that's truly secure and or unlocked.
So we have communication staff. I mean, you guys are one of, you're the city
This
council,
isn't
planning
secure.
commission,
The door's
BCA,
open.
BAR. You're in the big four.
But we can't eat in here.
And we have communication staff that's set up to broadcast you live on Channel 10 from this room.
Is there no reason to just have our official BAR meeting start at 6 o'clock? Or excuse me, 5:30? What time does it start? It starts at 5:30.
5:30.
Like, we just meet here at 5:30, have a pre-meeting, and then start the official meeting at 6? I mean, I don't know, I guess.
That's rearranging the deck chairs, but
That's true.
I think what I'm most, I'd be honest with you, you guys don't get paid, and we, arrange to start feeding you again. Kate's been feeding you.
Wait a minute, we don't
And,
get
Wait a minute, but you did
Check's
feed
in
me
the mail,
tonight.
Jerry.
I've
Check's
had
in the
2
mail.
pockets of cheddar goldfish. I never eat junk food. This is awesome.
There's no stipend, but, so we compensate with
I
pizza.
got goldfish tonight, man. I never eat junk food.
Well, Sherry will tell you, the BAR used to eat, and Carl too, it was like a buffet
was nice.
sometimes. When I first came, like, my
think we just had
God,
sandwiches.
there was
we got
staff that would
sticks,
stay
we got
late.
Chinese.
Oh,
we got-
no, we never had that in
Yeah.
old
There was
days.
lasagna, there was all sorts of fun stuff.
Salad bar, so,
COVID happened, it dropped from the
Yeah.
city budget. They never put it back.
So is the only problem the food here? Is that what it is?
I think,
Like, because it worked fine.
I think the problem
here,
is that
Except for the food?
someone determined that that door needs to be secured to protect staffers. I'm not saying right or wrong, but securing where people work, and we know staffers work, late hours, and we're right on Market Street.
and we did have a guy camp in the
Right,
hall
and they did
once.
lock the door to Market Street because people were just coming in.
Yeah.
Which
So-
seems like it should happen if it's a public building, but people didn't like that, Like, I remember when you walked in and Lisa was sitting right there, but anyway.
Well, if you go down
But
the hallway, that office isn't there anymore.
Right, but it's now so secure that it's not a public space where we could meet, and that's the problem, is we don't even have a work table conference room, like in this end of City Hall where things are open. That's the shame of it, is, even council chambers, which does have a conference room, is on the other side of a secure door.
Yeah.
It's like, this place is like a fortress.
So in its simplest terms, to me, it's like, I'm bummed because feeding you was part of compensating. And I don't know, I wouldn't care. I'd sit up here and chomp on pizza if, I don't think we're on live yet. We need to answer that question, but is it really that is it as simple as we got to feed you guys and it helped you out? I don't mind saying yes, because that's what and if you sat in here and, and Patrick guarded the pizza bar of the 2 pizzas and the bottle of water, and we sat here
What
for
does
30
council
minutes.
do?
We're comfortable with that.
What does planning
think that's
commission do
fine.
now?
I mean,
We don't eat.
If they want to watch us eat, they can watch us eat. you know,
Yeah,
like-
so that's what I'd like to push for, but,
Do they not want us eating in this room?
The sign says.
Yeah.
It does?
Can I make a recommendation?
pie fights, things like that.
We do one more month in here, or we assume that we're gonna be in here, but maybe in the meantime, you guys check and see if maybe the basement would be open for us.
For
So
the
at least we
meeting
don't-
or for the pre?
For the pre-meeting. So we'll plan to,
Do it like,
we'll have a pre-meeting again, and either we'll luck out and we'll have pizza in the basement, or we'll be up here and we'll be hungry, but we'll find out in a month.
Basement is where the housing, the hack meets, that conference
It's
room?
a weird conference room, the BCA meets in there.
Okay.
Is that open to the
You mean there's a
public?
level below y'all?
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think we need to get permission from
Housing.
a higher up, if that's okay.
Would y'all
What
mind
else?
sending
I
a
know.
link to the DHR workshops? If there's a way to sign up for the ones in Blacksburg, Herndon, or Norfolk?
Did we decide what we're doing the same thing next month, same time?
Yes,
So 5 o'clock here.
5:30.
Our staff, our staff.
No,
report
we
will
haven't
tell us.
decided.
Okay, we haven't decided.
So what are we deciding? 5:30 here, no pre-meeting? Is that the decision?
We're going on strike.
I just want to know.
No, I do too.
I haven't seen the agenda
I
yet.
think the pre-meeting is useful.
Yeah. Let's give it one more month and see if it works, and maybe next
And if
month
we could go to the
we can be in the
basement.
basement.
So
But if not, we'll just be
pre-meeting
hungry.
next month.
Yeah, Kate has had a great way of presenting it up the ladder, and that is that it's you all as a group come together pretty well. That's your communion time. Your fellowship time, whereas others just boom, show up here and, it's game time. I think there's something valuable in that interaction, and even if it's sitting up there, but that 20, 30 minutes of interaction prior to the opening gavel, Kate and I both agree, that's really valuable to you all as a working group. And you are a collaborative group, different than other, appointed bodies. So I want to work to figure out a way to do it, but I guess I would say yes. To your question, assume we're here at 5:30, but I'm hoping
Oh,
I
not
can...
5:30.
And I'm hoping I can send you a message that says, hey, everybody, good news. And then
We'll be
on...
at 5 downstairs, maybe.
Yeah, something like
Okay,
that, or we're eating in here and, damn the torpedoes. As far as the training sessions go, the thing is that in order for your year of training, you have to accomplish it before the end of September. So there's only one in there that fits, and it may not be what you want to do. It's also an all-day thing. I will say this, they're really interesting. I've been to several of them. It's really interesting because you are also in these meetings with other BARs. You have access to DHR staff, which you guys rarely meet. It's a good day. And I think, what was the one we were talking about? Roanoke, or where were the...
Blacksburg.
Herndon. So...
But we can also do the one where we watch the video.
And the other part is that I think what I would like to do is just say, we're going to have an hour, or we're going to have 2 half hours when we knock it out. And we, like I said, we went to this thing today on Robert's Rules. Very interesting. We have the city attorney can come in and do something. But I'm just saying, if you are interested in doing them, outside of your hour requirement, they are very interesting, and you learn a lot and you meet folks. But I think we were looking at the Herndon one, even though that's after. Ew. But we can talk about it.
So when are the 2 half hours?
You can pick a bar meeting and we'll send.
Yeah, we have to, we just want to make sure it happens before September 30th, so I'm not running around
But we can do
in
outside
February.
training.
You can, but then I have to chase you down every year.
You never chased me down. You asked me once.
You as a general term, but
I'm the
certainly.
one who's supposed to have continuing ed, and he chases me down every year.
All right.
I'm terrible.
There
just a matter
being
of
no
you writing what
further
you wanna
business
do.
There you go.
before the bar.
You have to
at
make a
this
motion.
time,
You have to make a motion.
I move that we adjourn.
Is that the first motion that Jerry's ever made?
You think so?
No, I made
Yeah, you can make one.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Jeff, can you resend that link to the